.org. And we also have QR codes that are scanned and kept on the table. So if you want detailed information on today's event, then that's available. And for those who are joining online, the link to our event page will be posted on the chat box. Our research reports and papers on state's energy transition work can also be accessed through the QR codes, which is placed outside. With this note, I would like to give a very warm welcome to all of you once again to the Sustainable Energy Transition Dialogue. My name is Sandhya Sundaraghavan. I lead the energy transition team at WRI, and I'll be anchoring the session today. Just giving some context on Rajasthan. Rajasthan has emerged as a major player nationally in terms of efforts to increase renewable energy generation. Rajasthan has been leading, one of the leading RE-rich states, with cumulative capacity of solar and wind at an impressive 18% of national RE capacity. As per the solar policy, we also have target of around 30 gigawatt by 2025, and state obviously has ambitions to surpass this milestone. So in this context, the Sustainable Energy Transition for Rajasthan, it's an initiative, it's a collaborative initiative between World Resources India Institute, WRI, Basque Research Foundation, and our partner organizations, including Customized Energy Solutions, CII, and Prayas Energy Group. We are working towards supporting Rajasthan in research and analysis that can help the state achieve its ambitious RE policies. In today's workshop, we'll share preliminary findings of our research on battery energy storage potential for Rajasthan and what role it will play in Rajasthan's clean energy ambitions. We also plan to share preliminary findings of our research on viability of solar pumps in the agriculture sector. That is going to be in the second half. And we are looking for a very participative, it's going to be a participative event. We are looking for inputs from stakeholders, from panel of experts, to discuss on challenges and opportunities, and discuss the pathways to accelerate its integration to support Rajasthan's clean energy future. With that, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to our dais. First, I would like to invite Mr. Ajitab Sharma, IAS Chairman, Rajasthan Tax Board with Government of Rajasthan. Ajitab Sharma has over 25 years of experience in various leadership positions in the government. He has worked in different capacities in many public utilities. Thank you, sir. It's an honor to have you here. Next, I would like to invite Mr. A.K. Gupta, who has served DISCOMs at various capacities during his tenure from 1973 to 2021. He has also served as MD of Jodhpur Vidyut Vitran Nigam Limited, and as well as Jaipur Vidyut Vitran Nigam Limited. And presently he is working as an advisor energy to the government of Rajasthan. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Bharat Jairaj, who is Executive Director of the Energy Program at WRI India. And finally, I would like to invite Mr. Simran Grover, who is CEO of Basque Research Foundation, who's also been working in the decentralized renewable energy and power sector for more than a decade. So I would like to request Mr. Bharat Jairaj to give his welcome remarks.
Thank you, Sandhya, and great pleasure to welcome all of you to this session, the two sessions we have today, and of course the inaugural session. Particularly happy to have two very senior members of the Rajasthan government who have played a very critical role in the growth of the energy sector and continue to be very important and influential in the direction the state takes. Also glad to see so many of you, both who are currently working with the utility and so on, but also involved with research and the broader clean energy sort of space in the state. Also very glad to be doing this in person. It's been a really tough 2.5 years, I think, for many of us. And it's really nice to be able to interact in person and talk like we used to do. So let me just take a couple of minutes to give a background of what we are trying to do as WRI India. Now we know in India there's the clean energy sort of trajectory is very clear. If we think back just as in the last at 2010, the ambition at that time, national ambition, was to get to 20 gigawatts of solar by 2020. This was in 2010. By 2015 and 2016, our ambition changed significantly. From 20 gigawatts by 2020, it went to 175 gigawatts by 2022. That was the revised ambition. And we heard over these last few months that even that ambition has been updated. We're now looking at 450 or 500 gigawatts by 2030. So sort of bottom line here is India is not short on ambition or unclear about the direction we want to take. That is very clear. And I think the challenge that this poses to all of us is how do we implement this? How do we get this done? And of course, the burden of doing this falls disproportionately on some states, the states that are fortunate to have renewable resources available. So sort of some of the heavy lifting, in a sense, of achieving these targets will fall on states that have tended to be on the west and south of the country, just by virtue of how the resources are available, particularly solar and wind. We also know that even though we may not, the MNRE statement in Parliament recently suggests that we may not meet the 175 gigawatt target by 2022, and the reason being the delays caused by COVID and so on. But there is no doubt about the journey or the destination and how serious India is about this. So that's the sort of first point I wanted to make, which is the sort of overall context. So we are not one of those countries that has to convince governments about the need to go down renewables road, or the need to address carbon emissions, or the need to address energy poverty. Those are not issues that we have to be concerned about. Our primary issue is how do we achieve these targets that are set, that have been set at the highest level in the country. Which brings me to my second point, which is a significant part of this is going to happen in the states. And like I said, the sort of extra burden falls on states that have the resources. Now, but it's also true that each state, and WRI, we work in multiple states in the country, and we have observed, as many of you have too, that each state is at a different level of development. Each state government has its own priorities, the availability of resources and how to access and apportion them, and also has different approaches to the sector. And what we have seen, for instance, we are quite active in Kerala. What we are seeing in Kerala is very different from what we see in, say, Assam, what we see in Tamil Nadu, what we see in Delhi. At the same time, there is, over these last few months in particular, there's been a sort of plethora of new policies and rules that are being developed by the union government, again aimed at accelerating a certain set of activities, trying to sort of push the entire country in a much quicker way. For instance, the Green Open Access rules that came out recently, the Energy Conservation Act amendments and so on, significant new policy directions that are happening. And of course, there is some tension on these issues, obviously, because we have seen when India got its independence, electricity, of course, was a state subject. Over the years, it became concurrent, and now the sort of efforts are looking more at sort of centralizing and so on. So there is some tension, but as we know, when we watch the debates for the amendments to the Electricity Act itself, which has now been referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee. But the bottom line is that policy making at this time of rapid technology change, at the time where finances and financial challenges at the state level, the national level, is not very easy to make policy change. I think I'm hoping that the two senior experts with us who come from that space will be able to talk a bit about this. The sort of the significant technology change. We're going to talk this morning on one of those technologies, which is batteries, just battery storage. Now, of course, there are storage itself. There are multiple technologies within battery storage. Also, there are different chemistries, but that's just one technology, or one part of a technology, and so many other technologies we're hearing about. India's green hydrogen mission, and so on, all of which can be big. Can cause significant change in the sector, and trying to make policy at a time of this kind of rapid change, given the finances, for instance, of utilities, the state governments, and so on, it's not an easy task. So I think our collective efforts need to be aimed at trying to figure out ways to make all of this come together and to take the states and the government, and the country in the direction that we want to go. Which brings me then to my third point, which is really my final point. I think it's also equally important that the energy transition benefits are distributed to all. I think the common person, and this is something we've done, there's a report outside. We did a survey of 5 cities in India, including Jaipur. Of course, this was 3 years ago, but the common person still does not know much about clean energy, does not know what the economic, financial, environmental benefits of it. And even if they do know about this, they will not know how to access this. How do you access solar panel? Where do you get the information? Where will you get information about costs and reliability and operations and maintenance and so on? So I think it's much of the effort in the last, I'd say 4 or 5 years, is shifted to the mega scale projects. That was not the original plan. If you remember, even 175 gigawatts, the 100 gigawatts of solar was only had a 40 gigawatt sort of rooftop target. But that rooftop target has sort of, no longer receives that same attention. And I was very glad to see in the Rajasthan 2019 solar policy a well-rounded approach, not just the 24 gigawatt of utility scale, but also 1 gigawatt of rooftop, also 1 gigawatt of solar pumping for agriculture, and 4 gigawatts for distributed renewable. So all of this in addition to utility scale. And I think that's really the approach. How do we leverage the benefits of this very modular technology? Solar can actually be deployed at different levels. We also have done some work on wind, and of course, again on wind, usually it's the mega onshore wind that has been the priority, but there's some efforts possible through small wind turbines, through hybrid. Again, I think the Rajasthan policy gets that right. Trying to explore where some of these technologies can come together in hybrid forms. So I was very, very glad to see the Rajasthan solar policy, and the architect of the policy is also here with us today, and I hope we'll hear a little more about that. With this sort of background, I want to now call Simran to share a little more context on the Rajasthan work, and just before that, once again, welcome all of you to today's sessions, and I hope we continue to have opportunities to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat, for the exhaustive remarks. That makes my life easier. Good morning, everyone. Dedicates who have joined us here from various institutions, Mr. Islam, Mr. Eka Gupta, and my friends from WRI and from my team, and those who have joined us online also, of course. Policy making and goal setting is quite challenging. I think it's rather the beginning of a challenging journey. The real challenge then lies in creating an ecosystem and power sector with the high stakes, the complexities, I will say the increasing nuances of variable energy, new technologies, complexities and challenges are only going to increase. It's going to be a battle on multiple fronts, and while goals are already there, the journey cannot be void of the ground realities. And Rajasthan, while it has immense potential of solar and with some potential of wind also, of course, it also has its nuanced challenges, be it in distribution, grid operation and balancing management, transmission, and of course, the underlying challenge of jobs, opportunities, the consumer makes, the tariff competitiveness for industry, and many more. The transition, it's not just going to be technical, but also financial, institutional, and needs to be a transition of consciousness. What we need is calibrated experiments, research, and learning-based policy making. And I think that is why such convenings are very, very important, where we learn from each other and bring forth our gifts and our potential to really contribute and accelerate this energy transition. And with this note, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Ajitab Sharma. I had an opportunity to share a podium with him once before, and I've been following his writing for quite some time. It's really impressive how he traverses the complexities of economics, technology, institutions, and governance, being holistic yet critical. Such progressive leadership is indeed what is required to traverse the complexities of sustainable energy transition in India, in Rajasthan and India also, perhaps. With that, Mr. Ajitab, I'd like to welcome you to the podium.
Thank you. So, first of all, welcome to everyone. And thanks a lot for inviting me, though it was on a very short notice. And Bharat, Sandhya ji, A.K. Gupta ji, he has worked for quite some time along with me, not only in the department, but when I was chairing the Renewable Energy Corporation and when I was in the Chief Minister's office. So we had been continuously interacting with each other on large number of issues related to power sector and more so as regard to the renewable energy sector. But Bharat, you have covered almost everything. Kuch bacha nahi bolne ke liye. And then Simran has covered the leftover issues. But even, okay, I have got few pointers. If you can just display that PPT, I've got 2 slides just to show. It's on? Okay, so how it will get displayed? No. Yeah, okay. So when Bharat started speaking, he mentioned one particular concept of how the government or the industry or the researchers or the people involved into development of technology should be working. That they should only be implementing the targets. So I was slightly shocked and surprised what exactly he is speaking. Whatever target has been given to you, like 400 gigawatt or whatever it is, 2025, then 2030, then it became 2045, then it became 2050. So you increase the targets and then you shift the goalpost. So I think that doesn't augur very well when we exactly want to see the whole scenario in a larger perspective. That becomes very important. But while ending your speech, you mentioned about policy challenges and why policy is important. And I had been asked day before yesterday to just speak about the policy issues in the energy sector and particularly related to renewable energy transition challenges and problems. So, and I have always tried, like as he has mentioned that I was the chief architect of the Rajasthan new solar energy policy and Rajasthan wind hybrid and storage energy policy. There are 2 policies, but I was not the chief architect. I took help of lot of consultants like you. PwC was there, KPMG was there. Then we had quite a few rounds along with the industry also, with the officers of the department, the power sector state companies like generation, distribution and transmission. We had a lot of discussions. We worked for around, say, more than 3-4 months. And then we came out the draft policy, and then we finalized the policy. It was approved by the cabinet, and it has certainly got a very good response from the investor community, particularly with regard to the utility scale power plants. As Mr. A.K. Gupta, he is currently advisor to the government on the energy related issues, he was also mentioning that as far as the utility scale investments are concerned, so now everything is like quite well settled, but problems lie somewhere else. So it is always important to understand why. So my first point is that why public policy? So it is not only policy, it is always public policy. Why public policy is needed in any sector for that matter. So that should be the first idea whenever we start framing or drafting any policy. And when government announces a policy, then why we should have? Like government doesn't have a policy that we should have 100 number of restaurants or 200 number of cinema theaters in any city. Or for that matter, like we should have 20 recreation parks in the state, in 33 districts. Government doesn't have a policy like that. Government has a policy to promote them. So fixing the targets and determining the policy objectives. So that key thing basically starts from that, why you should have a public policy at all. So when we talk about renewable energy sector, so public policy is needed when the free markets or market is not able to address the issues or the challenges in the sector, like health, for example. So if you leave health sector completely to the private markets, then it will be very difficult for a poor person or a disadvantaged family or a marginalized household to get access to good health services. They have to be affordable also. So government has a public policy in the health sector that we will open the hospitals, we'll open new hospitals, we'll open sub-centers, we'll come out with a health insurance scheme or free medicine scheme, and we'll expand our network. And simultaneously, the private sector will also work. There would be private hospitals, there would be good private research health institutions. So public policy is always framed with something in mind that I have to address some issue, some problem. That is the whole idea. So sometimes our policy objectives go haywire. We end up in doing something or spending public resources, government funds on issues where government is not required to intervene as such. So the sector diagnostics is very essential of any sector. Like I have given an example of the health sector. Similarly, you can talk about the education sector also. So government has a role to play in the education sector. Private sector is also there. But government works in a different mode and manner. Priorities of government are different than the private education institutions. So understanding what are the problems is essential. So now if we talk about like energy sector, as we are talking about the renewable energy transition, there is a very deep policy conundrum. There is a surprise, and there is we do not know many of things. What are the issues going on? Everyone is ready to do everything. Investor says, when I was chairman Renewable Energy Corporation in the state, so investors would say and come, I want to make investment for 1,000 megawatts. I want to make investment for 10,000 megawatts. So another day, you'll get a feedback or feeler or a request from some investor that he wants to make an investment. Government is always ready that we are eager to accept your investment. Yes, please come and invest in Rajasthan. Departmental officers are also upbeat. Yes, there is a positive environment as regard to investment in the renewable energy sector in the state. Things happen, but they do not happen sometimes as per our expectations or as per the exact potential which we can tap. So there is some problem. So after understanding that problem, we finally try to freeze out few things that where in this particular sector or the current scenario, which is different for each state. So I mentioned here that it is unique to each country, but it is different for each state. So at what all points government wants to intervene, so that we have to identify. We don't like in the utility scale sector, if an investor or a businessman or entrepreneur is wanting to invest like say 2,000 crore rupees, government doesn't have to worry about from where he will rope in the finances, from where the borrowings would come. Sarkar ko nahi chinta karna hai from where the capital would come, because the whole sector has become so much robust. Money is automatically flowing, so government has to keep itself out of it. But government has some, like for evacuation purposes, then government has a very strong role. Government should be focusing more on that. So why government needs to intervene in the sector? Then in what manner and how much? Because there is a limitation to that also. Because then there are other counter forces, or there are other parties or stakeholders which get impacted. Like in this case, I think, and I am sure that advisor to the government would be talking about the problems which the state power companies face because of the increased integration or injection of renewable energy, because it comes along with its own problems. So then how much government has to intervene? That also we have to decide. And these all things particularly become so, but let me come to the point number C first. And when we talk about energy systems, as per my understanding, are very complex. They appear to be very simple. But when we talk about energy systems, not about electricity as such, the energy which is flowing through the wires, but energy sector as a whole, it is a very complex system. There are deep interlinkages. There are a lot of intricacies that how we live, how we consume energy, how the society is developing, what is your social structure, how economy is growing, how urbanization is happening, how population is growing, how much is the inequality there among different sections of the society, which sector of the economy is growing more, whether manufacturing is increasing. And particularly like when you start talking about Make in India or production linked incentive, then that means the manufacturing sector is going to grow at a very high pace in coming decade or so. So then it becomes entirely a different kind of scenario, because even today, lot of industries have very high direct consumption of direct primary energy. They use a lot of coal, they use a lot of oil. So only like translating the electricity part of the energy sector into renewable energy and saying that we'll be in a position to solve the future problems or to achieve the targets by 2050 or 45, I think it would be quite naive unless we understand the whole sector in totality. So energy systems are very complex, and environment certainly has a huge role to play into it. And there are certain parts in the energy system where you cannot transition to electricity. For times to come, I have been always saying that for times to come, maybe for at least another 30, 40 years, we will be banking upon non-electric form of energy. I am not saying the word fossil energy. I don't know if it is the right word or not. I coined it yesterday only. So non-electric energy. So like industries which require high heat intensity, like steel industry or maybe the cement industry or glass industry. So it requires high heat intensity. Renewable energy cannot provide high heat intensity to such kind of industries, or maybe to heavy, long transportation logistic network or infrastructure. So you cannot work on electric vehicles, the battery operated storage things. Then you have to start thinking about biofuels and not about the batteries or storages. Is it what? Okay. But I've crossed the time. So I'll take a little bit more time. Yeah. So we have to keep that also in mind. Another point is that energy systems are very unique to each country. So they are different. So the energy sector scenario in United States is entirely different from what we have in India. Energy sector scenario maybe a small country, Bhutan, or maybe Nepal, because the primary energy sources are highly skewed in time and space both. The Scandinavian countries, they can very well claim that we are 70% RE in terms of units, energy inputs. We have 70% RE absorption. And while we are still struggling somewhere between 4-5% in totality, when you talk about it in primary energy terms, not in terms of the supply of energy, when you talk about the energy being sourced to create that part of, say, like electricity, we are still very less. So each country has got a unique scenario. So it is not only about transitioning RE, it is not about greening the grid or decarbonizing the grid. We have to think about decarbonizing whole of the economy. Then only there is a point. Because even if we achieve like 400 gigawatts by year 2040 or 50, whatever it is, then we may find that it is hardly 20-30% of the total scenario. So I'll show you one slide. I always love this slide. I don't know how many people know about it. You guys must be certainly knowing. This is a Sankey diagram. So it was developed somewhere in 1878. I think some army colonel. So this is a very good diagram, and I have deliberately taken this diagram as regard to the energy systems of United States, US, not of India, because one, as WRI and Bask and other researchers who are sitting here know that it is damn difficult to obtain data from anywhere. So after leaving the department, it has become very difficult for me itself to obtain the data from my own old department. So researchers, so I know what would be the problem with them. And वो गुप्ता जी हंस रहे हैं because वो हमारे एक चलती फिरती लाइब्रेरी थी, एक एनसाइक्लोपीडिया. क्या TR शर्मा कौन? TS. हाँ. So everything was in his one folder, all statistics and all data, everything. So if TS is not there, there is no data. So if the minister or the chief secretary or even the CMO, if they ask for any information, then you have to call that one person. So the most blocked information source. So it cannot be like that only one person holds whole of the data. So there must be some other reasons for it, but he was an efficient officer and he was master in his own work. But even then we cannot have such kind of system. So Sankey diagram for India, I was not able to find. It was available on International Energy Agency's website, but it was not well legible and it was very difficult to read it. But this diagram, another good thing about this 2019 US energy consumption diagram is that it mentions that the total primary energy consumption is 100.2 quads, that is quadrillion BTU, British Thermal Unit. It is 100.2. So when you read the rest of the figures, it becomes very easy for you to simply consider it as percentage. Had it been 135 quads in totality, so you would have ended up in calculating what the percentage is. So the scenario in US is that out of the 100 quads of total energy consumption, primary energy consumption. So see, solar is only 1.04%. And we are not better than that. So we talk about like 400 gigawatt, or in Rajasthan, we talk about like 30 gigawatt, or we have, say, like investment proposals in place of more than 1 lakh crore rupees, but we are somewhere close to that only. Okay, then petroleum is 36%. And this figure shows that, are you aware about this figure? Then I'll just drop this figure out. Or should I try to explain a little bit about it? So what I want to highlight is that electricity generation, you can see in brown color, it is 37%. So of whole of the primary energy consumption, may it be in form of petrol, diesel, biomass, coal, natural gas, geothermal, wind, hydro, other renewables and nuclear, only 37% goes in electricity generation. And out of that 37%, only 12.7% is finally consumed by the consuming sectors, mostly by residential, commercial, and industrial sector. Transportation, almost 100% is based on gasoline, like diesel and petrol. So ultimately, what is happening? You are talking only about this 12%. So are you talking about decarbonizing or greening the grid or the economy? So there has to be a lot of clarity in our mind. So you are talking only about this 12%, and of this 12%, you are talking only about 1 or 2 or 3%. So if you talk about, so I always used to tell my officers in the corporation, Renewable Energy Corporation, भाई बहुत ज्यादा नहीं खुश होने की जरूरत है, बहुत मतलब आप काम बड़ा कर रहे हो, बट बड़ी समस्या का बड़ा समाधान नहीं कर रहे हो आप. मतलब जो समस्या है, the problem is much bigger and it is of very different kind and nature and characteristic. So for each country, this graph is different. And if you go to the last right-hand boxes, you will see the rejected energy is 67%. So if it is 70%, so you end up in wasting 70% of the energy. Only 30% of the energy goes for actual energy services uses. जो आप actual में काम में लेते हैं, it is only 32%. So greening the economy or decarbonizing the economy or announcing any kind of policy by the state government or by the central government, though all these aspects are being covered, but the bottom line is that I cannot get such kind of map for the state of Rajasthan, or for that matter, any of the state in the country. I cannot get from anywhere. So what I am wanting to highlight is that we do not have such kind of diagnostics before framing any kind of policy. We try to work on some ballpark figures and the feedback which we get from the industry. And industry also sometimes do not have proper information that what exactly is needed, because they have their own problems or challenges in their mind. Ultimately, they have to come out with something more financially viable or commercially viable so that they can also make some profits and roll it back and then enhance or increase their business operation. So this becomes very important. And the only difference in India and US is that US has got very high nuclear energy, primary energy source percentage. India is very low. And natural gas, US is surplus with natural gas. So in our case, natural gas gets replaced mostly by coal. So we have very high percentage of coal being consumed as primary energy, not only in power sector, not only in thermal power plants, but also in industry quite a lot. So what we are going to do that, where coal is burned directly into the kiln sometimes, where boilers have to be operated. So then you would not be doing that. First you would be like, it is something like that, you are burning coal, generating electricity, and then again converting it into the more inefficient form of energy to be used in these high intensity industries, high energy intensity requiring industries. Then because already you are wasting 70% of the energy. It is rejected energy because there are limits. These are scientific and mathematical limits. You cannot cross this threshold. Like even you must have heard about that Shockley limit of solar cell. So whatever energy or in terms of photons from sun rays falls on a solar cell, it cannot be converted more than 32% or like that, 32, 33% of it only can get converted into the actual electrical energy, because there is a limit in that the dope in the semiconductors, the PN junction, that maximum limit is 1.1 to 1.3 electron volt. उससे ज्यादा कभी क्रिएट नहीं होगा उसमें पोटेंशियल डिफरेंस, आप कुछ ही कर लो. तो the generating capacity, that is the primary energy factor, is limited to that extent. So we have to address these issues. And I am not discussing more on that particular point. Electrifying the economy is not a solution. Electrifying, so we may say that let us electrify everything. So electrifying the energy is not a solution. It has to be a mix of solution. We cannot forget nuclear, we cannot forget hydel, we cannot forget geothermal, we cannot forget coal also to some extent for that matter. It is going to remain for quite some time. Maybe we keep on saying that we'll transition 100% to renewable energy, but in and in everyone knows that it is not going to happen, and we should not be doing it also. There are other ways of handling the carbon emission issues. When we talk about the thermal power generation or the sectors which would, even after a very long time of period, be consuming fossil fuel energy. So coming back to my first slide, then energy systems are unique to each country. ये बिल्कुल graph सबका अलग है. Then there is energy trilemma. So Bharat said that we are not concerned about these issues, but I am concerned. Like energies, there are, whatever energy solution we propose, three issues have to be addressed: energy equity, energy affordability, and energy sustainability. So there is a triangle. अगर आप उस triangle में कौन सा parameter आपका कहाँ आ रहा है? So if you go to Google or Wikipedia, you will find this energy trilemma index. So ultimately, whatever policy you plan, so it cannot only be sustainable, but if it is inequitable, then there is a problem. If it is unaffordable not only for the consumers, not only for the end consumer, but for the state power utilities too. It has to be affordable. And if we keep on forcing the policies or solutions, which in the end are not affordable or viable, they are going to die down. Or in the end, you will be interfacing a scenario where there either would be a policy paralysis, or you will end up in saying that my policy is not getting implemented. Why it is not happening? Officers are not serious or sincere about the policy. They are not interacting with the industry, but no, the problem lies somewhere else. Those other things are also problems or challenges to be faced, but the actual problem lies somewhere else. Then another thing is that the positive side is that we are very lucky in the current times, because when I was managing director RSMM around 14-15 years ago, I had RSMM had few wind power plants in Jaisalmer in western Rajasthan. So it was like 9 rupees, 12 rupees. The scene was like that, and we made the investments. उस time वो carbon trade भी, Sweden carbon trade चलता था, तो we sold our few of our carbon credits also, and we made good money. But in totality, it was not a win-win game. But the current times are lucky times, and we should be utilizing them. So what I mean by saying lucky, that when we talk about any technology, the first it has to be technically feasible. So now we know solar, wind, biomass, hydel, these are successful technologies. Like you use solar rays, you produce electricity. So technically, these technologies, technologically, they are viable. Then economically, they have to be viable. That is the second step. And economically also they were viable, but there are few problems in economic externalities that it is very difficult for you to translate both the costs and benefits, the economic costs and benefits, into monetary terms. So when you go to the government or you go to any bank or financial institutions for financial closure of your project, so they would not be concerned about the economic feasibility or viability. But when making policy decisions, it becomes sometimes a big support that, okay, I am not getting any monetary returns out of it. Like in case of education, government invests in the education sector. So say like government says that I will invest 200 crore rupees in building new schools. Government doesn't get any financial return out of it, but it is a good investment for economy as a whole. Ultimately, it will be generating productivity, and like the whole economy, maybe the GDP would be booming and government would be gaining more taxes, and the income of households would increase. So those are economic benefits, but it is difficult to monetize them. So we have crossed that stage also. Long back, we had crossed in renewable energy technology. They are economically viable, but now they are financially viable also. So when any company which is purely into renewable energy generation, so when it prepares its balance sheet, on paper also, it is financially viable now in monetary terms. So we have crossed that threshold also. So last point is that whether you have become commercially viable or not. So till the point you are financially viable, the investor would start thinking, okay, so now I can, so if you are economically viable and not financially viable, the investor would say, no, I'll not invest my 1,000 crore rupees. Bank or financial institution would also say, no, I cannot lend you because you are not making money in books. At least you should be showing me some profits and you should be showing me some kind of long-term sustainability that you will be able to repay my loan and debt back. But if you are financially viable, we have become financially viable. So then people start thinking that, okay, come, let us invest our spare money, or let us borrow, or let us generate equity from somewhere, let us generate capital and then invest, and the return on capital would be more than my cost of capital and everything. Last point is commercial viability. So currently, this is a partial success, because commercial viability from the investor point of view, when we talk about utility scale plants, or if we talk about distributed generation like solar rooftops, it is commercially viable for him, but not commercially viable in totality for the sector, because then the distribution company has a big problem. For me, it is not commercially viable. So why I should be buying from you? So this is a step in this whole technology. We are lucky that technical feasibility we have crossed, economic feasibility we have crossed, financial feasibility we have crossed, commercial feasibility we have partially crossed. So any government policy in this sector, or any government intervention for that matter, what it requires is to address this particular challenge, how to break this particular point of creating commercial viability both for the investor and for the user, which in current scenario is mostly the state power utilities, and in very few cases it is the directly the end consumer whose commercial viability is getting impacted. Easy financing, like, no, it is. So as I already mentioned when I was talking about that particular slide, that you easily get money. There are a lot of foreign funds and pension funds and insurance funds, and at very low interest rates, even after they are getting hedged for like exchange rate and other things. So they are flowing. There are big companies who are able to tap foreign funds and invest in India. And that is not a problem. Now there is another spate of green bonds and like ESG connected funds, and more capital and finances would be flowing in the renewable energy sector. So we have to tap that. Our policies should be focused more on those aspects, because the major highlight is that this investment is low risk. Because you, like in thermal power plant, if you invest 1,000 crore rupees, then you have to deal with n number of things. कभी कोयला खराब आ गया, कभी सल्फर कंटेंट ज्यादा आ गया, कभी कोयले की रैक नहीं आई, कभी फ्यूल शॉर्टेजेस दूसरे तरीके की हो गई, फिर रिपेयर मेंटेनेंस में चला गया प्लांट, एनुअल रिपेयर मेंटेनेंस में. So there are a lot of problems with like thermal power plant. But with renewable energy technology, you invest and you forget. We all know about it. There is zero fuel cost, very less repair and maintenance. But even then I get a business of 25 years for 25 years. ऐसा कौन सा धंधा है? Where is such kind of business? That I invest once, I sign a PPA with, say, like Jaipur Discom, and for 25 years I am happy. I have to place few people to manage things. There is no fuel, normal repair maintenance. So we say that zero variable cost in a way. And then there is, like in merit order dispatch, you have got first right, must run basis. So if the state distribution utility is in a good financial health, it will keep you paying your bills also. ऐसा business कोई नहीं है. मतलब अगर आप पान की दुकान भी चलाओगे, so there is a lot of problem. Customer नहीं आ रहा है आपका, कहाँ चला गया वो, कभी कुछ सामान नहीं है, कभी there is some jam or there is transporters strike, you cannot procure your like पान के पत्ते आपको नहीं मिले. So even running a pan shop would be difficult. That is what I would say. And lot of capital is coming. People are there to finance you. पैसा आप मिल रहा है, business 25 साल का आपको मिल रहा है. So it is low risk. I call it low risk. I don't know what researchers call it, but I call it a low risk investment. It is a low risk investment. And that is the major reason आपके power tariffs क्यों इतने नीचे आ रहे हैं. Because I know if I invest 2,000 crore rupees and if I catch hold of a PPA for 25 years, my life is cool. If I have made my internal calculations right. So I'll be able to pay my dues also, my return, my principal and service my interest, and I will cross the payback period also. I will recover the whole amount and depreciation and whatever it is, and I'll make good money. But what we hear of late is that they have ebbed too much. The tariffs have ebbed too much. They have become too low. So we don't know what will happen after 15 or 20 years. And so I was reading somewhere in this perhaps Economic Times that there was a statement from Secretary MNRE that they are perhaps stopping reverse bidding in case of RE, tariff-based bidding projects. I don't know they have already stopped or not, but they are considering to stop reverse bidding because of some reasons. And there can be genuine concerns, because if you keep on bidding so competitively, and if it is not feasible because of X, Y, or Z reason, in that case, so much investment has come in and so much investment is going to come, then it can become a true challenge for the stability of the financial markets itself. So there needs to be, if not reconsideration, then there is requirement of some kind of re-exercise in this whole scenario, that are these genuine prices being discovered or not. So, and this H point is like RE transition is not a lone person's walk. We cannot leave it to the investor only, and let him do everything, because there are certain issues we have discussed. So there has to be a broader stakeholder collaboration, which includes state power utilities, which includes financial markets, financial institutions, banks, researchers, industry, academicians, and there has to be a larger policy dialogue also, nationally and internationally. So we cannot, it is not so much mature. It is getting mature on certain aspects, but it is not completely mature. Government has to be there to some extent to address number of issues. Then last point, which I always like, is this cost of inaction. So what if government abstains out? Government says ke, theek hai, you are making money, aapko PPAs bhi mil rahe hain. You keep on investing and generating money and repaying your debts, and we should not be interfering. Ye kai baar we keep on listening these things also in policy circles, that what state is getting. This is a very common question that, as you very rightly mentioned, that the responsibility or ownership of achieving these national targets, or NDCs, I would call, rather, not, let us not talk about this only RE transition thing, but nationally determined contributions in emission reduction. If you talk about them, then there is certainly disproportionate responsibility or ownership when we talk about different states. That is a big challenge, because ultimately whatever investment is coming, maybe from the central power utilities or state power utilities, it is getting paid by the end consumer. It is getting paid in one form or another. We have to understand that. So like free access to CTU, there is nothing free. So that is free for the investor, maybe like for 25 years. If you are able to achieve your COD before such and such date, that is fine. But ultimately that cost will get built up somewhere in the tariff, whether you call it socialization of cost or it will get distributed among different users of the CTU or whatever it is. And when I was Secretary Energy, Gupta ji is also sitting here, we had been contesting it with Government of India also, that this whole investment in green corridor, which you just mentioned, and major part of which is coming in the state of Rajasthan also, it is ultimately getting socialized and we are getting burdened. The state power companies are getting burdened because of the green corridor investments also. Maybe it is not directly visible, but indirectly it is happening. So that is another major challenge. But the bottom line is that what is the cost of inaction if you do not do it? That is very high. That is very high. So I work a little bit in water sector also. So I am aware of that figure. So if you invest $1, so this is a World Bank study, not mine. So it has to be taken with authenticity. If you invest $1 in water sector, so if like energy sector, so you get a return of $5. So you get a return of $5. But if you do not invest that $1, you become -4. Ultimately, you have to spend. So there is a gap of 9 rupees. So cost of inaction is very high. Cost of inaction is very high. And regarding climate change investments and financing also, I think the ballpark figures are close to this only. The cost of return on your investment and cost of inaction. So even if government has to spend, or even if government has to grant any kind of incentives in different charges or surcharges or duties or levies or parallel operation charges, Umesh Gupta nahi dikh rahe hain. He has not come. So he deals with the regulator in the department. So वो मतलब quite often he used to come कि सर ये चार्ज लगा देते हैं, ये वो चल रहा है, ये चल रहा है. मैं कहता भाई रुको, wait, let us think more about it. So government can think about giving those incentives, and we have given a lot of incentives in the state policy also, both solar, wind, hybrid storage. Because cost of inaction is very high, that has to be incorporated. And these are economic costs, mostly economic costs, not financial costs. Like if you do not invest in sanitation, then because of waterborne diseases, you end up, the household or family end up in paying from the pocket on healthcare or treatment. So that is the cost which has been borne. So that is very high. So this we have already discussed. So this is the second slide only. I have got 2 slides in one picture. So what are the challenges and what are the problems? So challenges are what the sector faces, and problems, these are not the problems which the sector faces. These are the problems for the sector. So I hope you are getting my point. Like basically the state power utilities have in a way become a problem for the sector. So that is why I have bifurcated into these 2 points. So first is what are the integration of renewable energy into the grid is the biggest problem, and all technologies are different. As Bharat had very rightly mentioned about onshore, offshore, and then like solar PV, then like after Fukushima, Japan and perhaps France also took a view of shutting down the old nuclear power plants. But in US now there is a very strong debate of having more nuclear energy, because they are now, their academicians and researchers are somehow of the view that nuclear energy is not a bad energy. And in terms of percentage of accidents, I mean, it is like the risk factor covered is much less than the other sources of energy in nuclear energy. These are statistics. I was reading a report, and US is again planning to come out with more nuclear power plants. So if you are able to handle the issue of nuclear waste disposal and nuclear accidental hazard issues, it is a very good energy. It is clean energy, and it is something very excellent. Fusion is still in nascent stage, but nuclear is. So all technologies are different. And that is the reason that in last like 2 or 3 years, the investment in wind sector has come down like anything. I was reading somewhere that, and solar is picking up. But then only solar has got its own problems. You cannot bank only on solar. Wind also has to be there. But now wind is more problematic for the grid. Wind is more variable. The wind turbine, it shuts down immediately sometimes. And it becomes difficult to manage the grid. Our grid infrastructure is not so much flexible. But then wind has to be there. So now this is a point where we should have some different policy now. So in this case, my policy becomes old. So policy also has to change very dynamically. So now there has to be a new thought in case of wind power generation. We have to bring something new. Like perhaps there is a discussion which is going on. So now let us again start thinking about FIT in wind. So because now wind is pushing on that reverse direction of that technical, economic, financial and commercial. वो अब फाइनेंशियल के थोड़ा पीछे जा रहा है, फाइनेंशियली वायबल नहीं हो रही है वो, और कमर्शियली तो वायबल बिल्कुल नहीं हो रही है, बिकॉज फॉर स्टेट यूटिलिटीज इट इज बिकमिंग ए बिग प्रॉब्लम. So then we should be thinking more on this particular aspect. If feed-in tariff is needed, then we can think about feed-in tariff also, because currently the feed-in tariff provision is not there in the state wind policy. And the MNRE policy is that you have to go for tariff-based bidding only now for all different categories of renewable energy generation technologies. And variability and intermittency, we know it is a big problem. Now, this is the word system level cost. Yeah, this always creates problem. So if the tariff is 2.2 rupees or 2.4 or 5, say like if it is 2.5 rupees per unit, but when it actually enters into the grid, the cost to the distribution utility is not 2.5. It is something like 3.5 or 3.75. So I think 7-8 years old figure in a Brookings report, I read a Brookings report. So it mentioned that system level cost is plus 1 rupees. So I think it must be more now, because more quantum of renewable energy you inject, then that system level cost becomes higher, because then you have to make more investments in like your reactive power management and other ancillary services and maybe retrofitting of your old thermal power plant. Then a lot of things would come. But this system level cost, so this is the point where the commercial viability becomes an issue, because for you it is viable, but for state utility, the cost is something more than what the PP has been signed for. So this has to be realized from where this money will come. This has to be incorporated. So what I did in that policy was I came out with this RREDF, Renewable Energy Development Fund. It was already there in the previous policy also, but we fine-tuned that particular provision that this would be the particular amount, like it was on a block basis, staggering basis, that for per unit, say like 5 paisa per unit will be deposited into that fund. So if the bidding cost is 2.5 rupees, actually the investor pays 2.55, 5 paisa additional. So that goes to either to the transmission company of the state or to the distribution utility. So there was a lot of hue and cry from the investors when the policy was announced that why RREDF? Because if there is a tariff-based bidding, why the state government is charging more extra amount? So then this was the particular point we tried to explain, and finally they agreed. And very tactfully we titrated that RREDF little bit less than the additional margin which the investor gets because of the additional CUF which he would gain if he establishes his or her plants here in Rajasthan because of higher solar insolation or whatever it is. So we try to keep it within that range. So, and I think we could successfully do it even after having RREDF. There is a lot of investment which is coming in, and a lot of MOUs have been signed between the government and the investors. So this third point is like, it is not only the demand which has to meet supply. We always say that demand has to meet supply, but the problem is that supply also has to meet demand. Because if supply doesn't meet demand, and if you have higher amount of generation capacity installed, and if you like what is happening in thermal power plants, unutilized capacity, stranded assets. So when more and more RE gets injected into the grid, the percentage of stranded assets would further increase. So we do not want that kind of scenario also. So there has to be a holistic analysis. So that word is optimal generation capacity mix. So there is a report by CEA, perhaps, and Niti Aayog on optimal generation capacity mix. So it is a good report, and perhaps they have used that Ordena model. So I would not say good in the sense of the actual figures which it provides, but the methodology, how to develop that model of optimal generation capacity mix. Each technology is different. Per megawatt installation cost is different. Their nature is different. So you have to create a mix. It is not about 100% RE transition. We have to forget about that. We should not be aiming for that. We should be aiming for most optimal generation capacity mix. how much thermal, how much solar, how much wind, how much nuclear, how much tidal. So that package we have to work out for a nation as a whole, or maybe even for the state, if possible. So like grid appetite, we have already discussed, like we are currently at a stage where without making additional infrastructure requirement, without additional investment in infrastructure, RE can still be absorbed because we have so much capacity. I don't know what is the current scenario, but 2 years ago, the situation was that our grid had enough appetite to absorb solar and wind energy, which is intermittent and variable in nature. As of now also, because I think the current share must not be more than 8 or 9%. 7%. Okay. So the RPO trajectory would be somewhere close to 12% or 14%, something like that for another 2 years. So without making any investment in your ancillary services, this present dispensation can absorb it. We don't have to make those much of additional investments in reactive power management and voltage frequency balancing and everything. So as far as my understanding goes, and major part is storage. Storage is part of ancillary services, I think, for which you will be presenting your report. But you said that you have worked only on battery storage systems. So again, what I personally feel is that battery storage is not, only battery storage is not the solution. Again, so now there are countries which are using storage systems. You will be surprised to know they are using stones. You must be aware. They are using stones as storage systems. और कुछ नहीं करना आपको. I don't know it is applicable here or not, but it has been experimented. There is a MIT study. You dig a ditch and of some particular category of stones, you fill it with the stones and you fill it with oil. Very cheap solution. और जब आपकी surplus energy है, you heat that oil. So your stones will get heated. And when you require, you can take it out, maybe in the night or whenever your demand supply gap is there. So even such kind of systems are there. And there are n number of other solutions. Because this battery thing, somehow, I am not very comfortable with this thing. Beyond a point. Certainly the immediate solution is battery storage. But beyond a point, battery would be problem because battery is new oil. Because the raw material, the minerals and other elements which are needed for battery manufacturing. So we do not have ownership on the natural resource from where you can make the battery cells. So it will become a new oil after 20, 30 years. Battery would be a new oil. So like the countries say, for example, if China holds the majority of the raw material for battery manufacturing, if one fine day China says that, okay, I'm not giving you the batteries. And if you have, say, like 2 crore of electric vehicles on road, and say like out of 2 crores, half of them now are requiring replacement after 7 years or 8 years of age, whatever it is, then you will be in a strong fix. Same like what happened with oil markets few decades ago. And again, it is happening. So you will be, so battery would be a new oil. So again, the storage solutions have to be very mixed in nature, not only batteries. We have to think about pumped hydro storage. Now, like there are those centrifugal systems and magnetic levitation, and these things are happening. And very consciously countries are thinking about it. Because ultimately from where you will source the battery, that is a big challenge. But there are other solutions which can be more indigenous. So different storage technologies for different solutions. For if it is grid level storage, it is something else. If it is generation plant level storage, then it is something else. If it is like rooftop storage system, it is something else. Electric vehicle, certainly then your normal lithium ion battery, or if there is any other alternative, that has to be used. So storage is something we have to think something about more than batteries. Then what are the problems? So the biggest problem I had been hearing for very long time is that power utilities itself are a big problem for us. So it is not a full picture. it is a part picture, because state power utilities have got their own legacy problems. It is very difficult to come out of them. They have their own issues, they have their own responsibilities and duties to address. So, but even then, there is a lot of scope for state power utilities to perform and assist the sector to further grow, because the distribution companies in particular are in a kind of utility death spiral. This is again the term which is being very commonly used, because like you have to cross subsidize, like for agriculture consumers or the poor households or disadvantaged sections of the society. So it has to come from industry, the high-end commercial consumers. More injection of like rooftop or captive solar power plants. So they will be only in a position to invest. A poor person cannot invest. So he'll be out of your grid. So the total cost of supply would increase. So tariff would further rise. So it would, when it further rises, then more commercial consumers would be out of the net of the distribution utility. So it ends up in a kind of death spiral, and then ultimately financially and or commercially it dies down. So this issue has to be addressed, but certainly there is a lot of scope for state power utilities within the current scenario itself to assist more or to make more ease of adoption of renewable energy. The grid management, like flexibility of grid, and you must be knowing everything. And curtailment is a big challenge for the investors. We all know about it. Now, another point which I always like is distributed generation is, if it is not the future, it has to be the future. Distributed generation. Utility scale power plants, the investments, their operations, their business future is settled by and large now. आप बिड कर, सेकी बिड करता है, एनटीपीसी बिड करते हैं, एनएचपीसी बिड करता है, ये स्टेट डिस्कॉम्स बिड करते हैं. You get very good response. Prices have become very competitive. उनको आपको दूसरे इश्यूज पे जरूरत है. Behind the pooling station के बाद they require your support. But distributed generation has got a lot of problems, solar power rooftops. And the best point is what I have mentioned as this plus mark, plus investment, because you mentioned that there is an investment problem. So like if there is an investment problem, then what can be a thing better that people are themselves ready to invest from their own pockets? आपको 2-3 हजार करोड़ रुपए चाहिए यूटिलिटी स्केल के लिए, you go to the bank or financial institutions and you raise the borrowings. But for solar rooftop, people are sitting. वो अपना पैसा लगाने को तैयार है. So this is the place where you can rope in large amount of finances and funding by doing nothing. This capital is lying there, because even today I received a lot of calls. So last week only, then I referred that matter to Renewable Energy Corporation. I received a call from my batchmate who is IG in Madhya Pradesh, that some of his relative in Dungarpur wants to install a solar rooftop. Can you advise me? As you were saying, that people do not know where to go. Then there is one of my colleague in Indian Revenue Service, in Income Tax Services. He is posted in Bombay. So he roped in a few companies for CSR spending. So they were wanting to establish solar rooftops on the school buildings in tribal areas. So he was wanting to know कि कहाँ से करें. So that certainly is a problem, because, and that problem is of different kinds. So distributed generation, this all is not well. This is the sector, that is I have written all is not well. So like all is well in Three Idiots. So here, because that I have been following on LinkedIn also, that rear group posts like Dharna, Pradarshan, and then there was, it went to some serious level one time. So I've been following those posts because of the non-payment of subsidy and other things. So there are problems. All is not well in distributed generation. Solar rooftops, may it be solar rooftop or may it be captive power plants, because, and we have to find ways to rope in this money. Otherwise ये पैसा नहीं है, because ये लोगों की जेब से पैसा इन्वेस्ट हो रहा है. और ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव में there can be nothing better than that you do not have problem of getting your investments financed. People are themselves ready to invest. So there are issues, net metering, gross metering, and then regulation, and a lot of things are going on. So I also used to I would not use the word fight, but I used to aggressively put my point before the regulator that we should be understanding ultimately this thing. And if there is a policy decision, that is a policy decision which has been taken by the government, and there is a provision in the act that government can issue directions to the regulator, then it has to be honored. Okay, we can do more exercise, we can go in detail and determine the actual financial implications about that issue, but considering that larger ambit which we discussed in the first slide, if government has taken a call that this is the place where I have to intervene, the government has to intervene, and this is the policy intervention which we have decided, then it has to happen. Then there are not challenges, then there are obstacles and hurdles being put in place. So I do not mince the words while saying, because we have to understand the whole sector and scenario. So unless we understand the whole sector, we'll not be able to appreciate the problem and find the sustainable solutions. So like then strong jockey, weak horse, this is the word which I like, because so log paisa lagane ke liye tayar hain, technology available hai, financially viable hai, commercially viable hai partly, and people are running pillar to post. So jockey is strong, घुड़सवार बहुत अच्छा है, but घोड़ा बड़ा कमजोर है. तो घोड़ा in this case, horse is the like distribution company, क्योंकि उसकी अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स है. मतलब जो बचपन में उसको खिलाया पिलाया नहीं, तो फाइनेंशियली वो कमजोर हो गया, या उसको इतना काम दे दिया कि क्योंकि घोड़े की भी like the number of kilometers which मतलब because I used to love horse riding quite a lot. So our instructor used to tell us that number of kilometers a horse can run in whole life is fixed. So like if it is say 100 kilometers, so आप ये तो उसको 100 किलोमीटर एक साल में दौड़ा लो या 5 साल में दौड़ा लो. So it is something like that. I don't know it is biologically true or not, but so it is a scenario where there is a strong jockey, but horse is very weak. But ultimately jockey has to ride on the horse to win the race. So this problem has to be addressed. The problems which state power utilities face, maybe by more financial incentives or more direct funding by the state government, or maybe some kind of financial restructuring, and government of India is really trying very hard identifying such utilities and addressing these issues, and everything happens. It is sometimes by coercion, or sometimes it is by providing administrative or financial support too, but it is a major problem. So this dilemma or paradox, whatever you call it, you have to come out of it. So, and last point is end game. So what I personally feel, what is the future? The future is, this RAN is renewable energy plus storage technology. भविष्य यही है. मतलब आपका जो system, because intermittency and variability is not going to die down. Maybe with rising impact of climate change, rather they would become more adverse. They would become more difficult to address. Your forecasting models may turn out to be very weak in terms of giving the schedule to your like regional load dispatch centers or whatever it is. So that may become more challenging. So intermittency and variability is not going to die down. Your technology will improve. Your models of forecasting generation from RE technology would also improve. But this challenge would remain there. So storage has to be there. Maybe not only in form of battery storage, but the future lies in RE plus storage, your hybrid systems, and solar plus wind plus this storage is best. Then hydrogen is another future. Hydrogen is bound to come. It will come. It has to come. And waste to energy is another point of end game, that because this is one problem of municipal waste, it has to be somehow addressed. Urbanization is going to rise or increase anything like in India, as per the latest UN prospect report also. So the waste generation would increase. So the best way is to convert waste into energy, this municipal waste. So we have to seriously work on it. The tariffs would be very high because I think in this Rajasthan Urja Vikas Nigam, when I was chairing, we finalized 2 PPAs to investors. So that was somewhere close to 7 rupees per unit. So it will be high. It is going to be high. But then in terms of the total economic benefits you calculate, then maybe it is cheaper than your solar energy, I would say, because municipal waste is such a big problem. So we have to work on it. Even if government has to invest more money, even if the distribution companies have to pay higher tariff rates, we have to think about waste to energy, because finding solution to dispose municipal waste now, even after segregation, where the organic waste would go. So better use it to generate energy. Then energy efficiency is another thing. We tried to push quite a lot, and I was very happy to know that we have jumped number 2 in the country. So when I joined, it was somewhere 17 or 18 in the country, Rajasthan. So, but we came in front runners last year. We made a lot of improvement in energy, and that happened simply by changing the reporting mechanism. We simply changed the reporting mechanism. So whatever we had been doing was not getting recorded and communicated to BEE, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to Government of India. But we did that, but this is another thing where agriculture sector needs to work quite a lot. In residential sector, there is a lot of scope of energy efficiency. We have codes, standards, and laws in place. Industries, there is a lot of scope in energy efficiency thing. So energy efficiency, we need to work, and it will remain. New technology adoption and incentives and tax rebates we can think. Then non-carbon vehicles. So they are bound to come, electric vehicles. And I have written non-carbon again because it is not only electric vehicles, then it may be biofuel based vehicles also, if not fossil fuel based. Then it may be hydrogen fuel cell also, because a lot of work is going on that also. So if the safety issues are handled properly, then maybe the future is in hydrogen fuel cell based automobiles. So non-carbon vehicles, maybe in the first 10, 20, 30 years, it is electric vehicles. Then high intensity energy based industry, I have already mentioned. They are going to remain for quite some time. Cement plant ko aap solar se chalana would be a challenge. Glass factory ko solar se chalana, because there are a lot of industries which require heat. So using coal to generate heat and then use heat as industrial input is certainly, if we forget about carbon emission, is way, way better than using solar, then creating electricity and then using electricity to generate heat. You are adding one step more. That would be very difficult. So there has to be a separate policy framework for this kind of industry, and then non-electric energy we have already discussed. So I think these are the only points, and I have got that India chart also, but let us forget about it. So the breakup of, and these are the International Energy Agency's statistics about India. But the final point is that the policies have to change dynamically, and there is high time that the current state policy should also be amended on these particular aspects. And again, lot of emphasis is needed on distributed generation, which has been left like an orphan. So my request to media people, because there are certain things which may not look nice, so avoid them while reporting. So come out with some kind of positive title or my statement. Okay, right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you painted an excellent, very beautiful policy picture for RE energy transition, and we are really looking forward to working with you in these efforts. And like you said, it's we have to work together on this. It cannot be a lone walking horse. With that, I would like to invite Shri A.K. Gupta to deliver his special address.
Respected Ajitab sir, other dignitaries from WRI and BASC also, esteemed guests, participants, media persons, if they are here, Good morning to you all. Ajtab sir has already given the picture of entire RE and related problems, future, and what has been done in the past in the state of Rajasthan, that is the recent past in the state of Rajasthan. And with his visionary approach, the RE policy had come in 2019, because of which we are blessed with the at least solar power generation coming ahead in a very, very huge manner. But the subject today, I will confine to it only. And subject today is transition of RE power, and that too specifically solar power. Solar energy, when we talk about, first name of the states is Rajasthan. It has got ample potential to have the solar energy generation, and how to absorb it and how to make it sustainable is a challenge. So today's dialogue is focused on sustainability. The generation, with the policies in place and investors are attracting to the state of Rajasthan, there is no hitch, there is no doubt in getting the target achieved by the time we have already decided. It is about 50 gigawatt solar generation to be targeted by 2030. We have already achieved 17 gigawatt installed, and about same figure in process of installation. Same time, we have to see how much requirement is there for the state of Rajasthan, that is for the utilities of the Rajasthan, for the consumers of the Rajasthan itself. Presently, we are getting only 3 gigawatt or 3.5 gigawatt solar energy, and about and the same figure for the wind energy also. These terms are in power generation, but the energy available in terms of units is quite less. I would like to mention here the energy mix which is made available, which was made available till last year. It was 70% from thermal, that is fossil fuel based. Gas, it was 0.05 only. Hydro, 6%. Though we have got very scanty generation in the state, but we have contracted MOUs and PPAs. Nuclear, 3%, wind 6%, solar 7%, biomass 0.4%, and others, that is from the exchange we are getting about 6 to 7% annually. Now we have to, if we get the solar generation increased for the state of Rajasthan, we have to have the flexible system for the generation and the demand also. To have the RE generation or solar generation sustainable for future. So I think that is the subject here, which will be discussed and highlighted by the experts here. For banking, the sustainability will depend upon the banking as well as the tools to be discovered for demand management also. So DSM is another tool, but certainly as Ajtab sir expressed, the forecast is the forecast is very, very important. That is the what is the climate is there, how much wind is going to give the generation during a specified period, and at that time what will be the demand. So that demand forecast is also required, which we are doing manually nowadays, but it has to be improved so that the flexibility could be attained, and that will result in the sustainable transition of the RE power. So I will like to hear, and I am here to actually be learned from the experts that what is happening and what is their idea to get the transition smoothly and sustainable. So that is the main point, and I am blessed with the narration of Ajitav sir and Bharat also. So I have updated myself. Same time, I would like to give some idea, though the WIR and BAS both have the data about it, but there is 46% of the energy being consumed by the agriculture sector in the state of Rajasthan, which is highest against the national average is only 21%. And this 46% is annual consumption. And as you know, the agriculture crop need pumping during only 5 to 6 months in a year. So those time, it may be around about 70% of the total energy being consumed those days. So how to handle it? If I get the RE power to address this demand in terms of power and in terms of energy, then what will happen during the lean period? So again, for sustainability, the flexible system has to be there to take place. And this can be addressed, as has been said by Ajitav sir also and Bharat also, that we have to depend upon the storage. So PSP for the state of Rajasthan, it is very good, but a few generating turbines are here only, but those are not reversible. Nowadays, the hydropower generation is being set up with the reversible Francis turbine. So if you need, you can pump up the water from the downstream to the reservoir, and again you can generate the electricity when you need the most. That may be 4 hours, 6 hours at the most. Another is battery storage. As has been said, battery storage will be problematic and will be costlier also. But for now, we have no option to adopt it. And third is hydrogen generation, hydrogen energy. So we are working, the states are working, but no hydrogen energy generation has taken place so far. The state of Rajasthan has been blessed with the highest insolation level, resulting in 24% CUF. So that is attracting the investors, developers to the state of Rajasthan, and they are harnessing the solar energy and taking it out to the best place they can sell it out. For the state of Rajasthan, we have been trying to get the solar energy generated in the state itself, because we are the only state who have the vast land where it could be installed. Also, during the tenure of Ajitav sir, we had been trying to have the distributed generation by getting the solar power plant installed in the field at our 33 kV substations also. And that is going to take place now. Again, I would like to listen from all of the experts here when we will be deliberating on the issue, in what way the Rajasthan can be benefited by deploying the technology tools for getting sustainable transition of RE, especially solar power, solar energy. So I am here only to listen you, and I am thankful to Ajitab sir, who has very clearly, very comprehensively stated the entire scenario, not only pertaining to the state of Rajasthan, but the nation as well. I am thankful to the organizers, WRI and BASC, who have invited me here and given this opportunity to be with you and getting the technology updated. And definitely the best way which could be implemented in the state utilities, Rajasthan state utilities, as an outcome of the conference. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Gupta sir. I would like to invite Simran to provide vote of thanks for the session 1. And
Thanks, Sandhya. That's a surprise. Uh, but anyway, thank you, Bharat, for the comprehensive opening remarks. And of course, Ajitab, I think I'm walking away as a learner, being more informed about public policy nuances, even about the sector, what's financial and commercial complexities. Thank you so much. And of course, Mr. D.K. Gupta, I had the opportunity to work with you. Discoms are always the punching bag of the power sector. And we often say that, there's no capacity, but if you spend half a day with a junior engineer or a technician, you will know that they're pretty much pulling out a miracle every second, keeping the grid alive. And Mr. A.K. Gupta has a deep concern for consumers and a very, very strong grasp on the grassroots realities. So thank you very much for your insights. Thank you very much, all of you. Next session, bro.
so with this, we end session 1. We would like to take a short 5 minutes coffee or tea break, and then we can resume. Thank you so much. So welcome back, everybody. We'll now begin with our second session of the day in just few minutes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So in this second session, we'll be sharing our preliminary findings of our research on battery energy storage potential in Rajasthan. So I would like to invite our esteemed speakers and analysts as well for this session and would welcome them to the dais. Mr. P.S. Saxena ji, is the Director at Power Trading Rajasthan Urja Vikas Nigam Limited, RUVNL. Mr. Kaleji is Superintendent Engineer at Rajasthan Rajya Vidyut Prasaran Nigam Limited, RVPNL. Mr. Harsh Thakur is Director at Customized Energy Solutions. And for the online participants, would request them to type their questions in the Q&A box or in the chat, and we'll pick them up later. So I'll hand it over to Harsh as well as Vijay for presenting the findings of our research. And this is a study which is jointly undertaken by WRI, Basque Research Foundation, and Customized Energy Solutions. Over to you, Harsh.
नहीं ये नहीं है इसके बाद वाला
Good morning, all. I'm Harsh Thakur. Sorry, rather, good afternoon. I'm Harsh. I'm Director of Consulting Services at Customized Energy Solutions. And together with WRI and Basque Foundation, we have been looking at requirement for flexible assets in Rajasthan, especially energy storage. And the need for this study has been, as truly mentioned in morning, is like Rajasthan is one of the front runner in RE integration. And that's where we are looking at requirement of flexible assets in the state. So as you can see in this graphs, there's almost like 91,000 MUs being kind of generated from Rajasthan. It's being used both for the state's requirement and also for exports, where including the state's requirements and also the exports, we are looking at almost like 30% plus renewable penetration at this point of time, which is quite considerable and one of the highest in the states across the country, including all the RE rich states. And that's basically kind of making us think like, okay, what would happen to system level cost? What would happen to requirement of ramp up, ramp down in coal plants in Rajasthan when we move forward? Because this is just 2022 and we are looking at targets where more than 40 megawatt of MOUs have been signed for coal plants, and most of them are targeting exports from Rajasthan. So in this regard, we have taken scenarios for Rajasthan in 2030, where the policy of 2025 would be achieved in time. And with the similar growth rates, we would be hitting almost 50 plus gigawatt of solar and almost a couple of more gigawatt of wind. So wind expansion has not been modeled very high as per the requirements and the policies of the state. And we have also considered scenarios where these targets can be missed. So that's the worst case we are considering. But for today's presentation, we'll be focusing more on the policy targets and the way renewable can be added by 2030. So here, when we go further into modeling, I think I would like to mention a few things. Is that when we talk about requirement of flexibility, we are just not talking about battery energy storage, but we are also looking at flexible resources like peaker gas plants. And we can also look into pumped hydro storage as an options for this study. And as a policy indicative for the state is like commercially what is viable. And when we are talking about benefits here, I think it was a beautiful thought which was presented by Sharma sir in morning, like what about the rejected energy? And that's where we are also looking into inefficiencies of coal plant, which are further going to increase with penetration of renewable energy. So reducing those inefficiencies basically comes out as a benefit for the state. And while thinking about the state, we are also thinking about the horse and not just the jockey. So without taking any further time here, I would be mindful of the time. So I welcome my colleague, Vijay CS, who has been running this production cost modeling study for the state. So Vijay, over to you for the findings. And maybe briefly, you can explain the methodology of the study.
Thanks, Harsh. So quickly talking about the methodology. So what we did was we created a simplified representation of the Rajasthan grid with a single node model from a production cost model plus modeling perspective. It's a techno-commercial model which kind of tries to optimize the overall system level costs. What it takes as input is all the aspects of the system, like demand, the load curves, the solar and wind profiles, the capex, opex, the ramping rates, the startup costs involved in thermal power plants, the flexible assets which are available, the gas peakers available, the expansion plans, as well as the policy and regulatory mechanisms which are available in the system. So this is a system level modeling which we use to study what kind of operations which we are expected to see in the future. And we run two alternate scenarios here, wherein one scenario we don't allow storage to expand, and in another scenario we allow storage to expand. So the difference between them kind of indicates what kind of benefits storage can bring into the system by its addition. Based on these benefits, which we see at system level, we run a project level analysis as to how this benefits can be translated to the final developer. So Harsh mentioned the high RE scenario, which we were kind of focusing on right now. In this, what we basically have, okay, can I have the pointer? Yeah. Yeah. So currently what we have is around 4.5 giga of wind and 14 giga of solar. Out of 14 giga, a major part of it is allocated to exports. Now, the current peak demand is somewhere around 16 gigawatts. And like Harsh mentioned, the annual energy demand is somewhere around 92 million units, right? So, and of these 92 million units, currently already 8,300 million units are already being exported. So we did have to take into account that what kind of exports Rajasthan will be looking at in the future as well. Primarily because in 2030, if we are expecting the solar capacity to expand up till say 50 or 58 gigawatts, and the peak load of the state is somewhere around 21 gigawatts. The excess generation which is going to be available, what is going to happen that? So that is something which we need to be mindful about. So what we did consider was a wind capacity of about 6.7 gigawatts in 2030, and solar capacity of 58.5 gigawatts. Peak demand of close to 21 gigawatts, and an annual generation of close to 119 million units. Now, in the model output, what we find is somewhere close to an RE share of close to 58% coming out. This is the input generation mix which we were considering in 2030, and this is the output generation mix which we get from the model. Right? Clearly, we get a significant amount of share coming from RE, although coal still dominates to a very large extent in the system. Right? So these are some example dispatch plots which we see. This is in February. What we kind of see is, so this green part in the top is basically where the storage starts acting into picture, and this is the dispatch which we actually start seeing from the storage, wherein the morning ramping up which is happening and the evening ramp down, so that is being balanced by the excess solar which was available earlier and which was getting curtailed in without storage cases. Now, what I'll come to the details of how much was curtailed and how much we are actually saving because of the additional storage in a moment. But yeah, this is kind of an indicator of how storage can come into picture and not only allow help in shifting of the excess solar which is available, but can also address short-term variation which we see in these areas, right? And another thing to note is not only is the shifting happening, so solar is kind of able to solar along with storage is able to kind of absorb the variation which wind also kind of brings into the picture. Right, the short-term variations which wind brings, that is also absorbed to a large extent by the addition of solar. Yeah, coming to the details of this thing itself, of the storage addition, we considered 3 scenarios. What we saw earlier was with respect to the 35 giga of export which we were trying. We did 2 other scenarios. One was with an export or peak export demand of about 25 gigawatts, and other was a peak export demand of 45 gigawatts.
So, Vijay,
Yeah.
so just to add here, so there is an expansion plan for interstate transmission capacity for Rajasthan, which currently in phase 3 reaches 20 gigawatt. So, but 20 gigawatt would not be good enough if we are looking at these kind of targets for renewable. So we have taken few scenarios where we have to go beyond these targets if we are able to capture these renewable targets. So hence we are looking at 3 different scenarios here. The first one is where we are taking the interstate transmission at 25 gigawatt. We are capping at that. Second scenario is where we are capping interstate transmission at 35 gigawatt. And the third scenario is where we are capping interstate transmission at 45 gigawatt. And we are seeing, okay, then what is the flexibility required in all these three scenarios? So we'll look at the economic impact later, but we'll just go first with the storage demand in these three scenarios.
Yeah, thanks, Harsh. So kind of what we see is, so I'll start with the 35, which is, I mean, since we saw the dispatch plots as well. So what we kind of see is some amount of the solar which is added is already getting exported. For the remaining part of the solar, we see a 4-hour expansion of close to 4.6 gigawatts. And for balancing purposes, there is a 2-hour expansion of about 700 megawatts. Now, when we go to 45 giga, this kind of reverses primarily because the balancing or the short-term variation which is to be balanced or maintained, right? So that becomes more primary, and for that the 2-hour battery capacity is much higher, close to 2.4 giga, and a small amount of 4-hour battery is also getting added, close to about 150 megawatts. In 25 giga, wherein a very significant amount of energy is to be stored as well as balanced, we see expansion of all three types of batteries. Yeah. So coming to the RE shares and what kind of per unit prices or system level unit prices we see that in every scenario with addition of storage, the RE share increases and quite significantly as compared to significantly in 25 giga as compared to the 45 giga export scenario. And one thing to note is in every scenario with addition of exports as well as batteries, the price monotonously decreases, right? Starting with 6.32 rupees all the way to 5.15 rupees, right? Yeah. So like I mentioned earlier, in without storage case, this expansion which is happening in the RE share is primarily because of this reduction in curtailment, which actually is seen and absorbed by the battery, right? So in 25 giga, for example, we see 15 or 16% of solar curtailment and 34 gigawatts of 34% of wind curtailment on an annual basis. This is reduced to mere 2.4 and 5.5% with the addition of storage, and the battery discharge is kind of covering this for this particular part of curtailment, right? Now this is seen in all the scenarios except for we can see a slight decrease in this 45 giga, primarily because the addition of export itself is able to absorb some of the curtailment which was happening earlier, right? Yeah, one other thing to note here is the decrease in PLF with the addition of storage. This is PLF of coal. So in some ways, the discharge which is happening from the batteries is kind of replacing the coal operation in the system itself, right? So the absorption of this curtailed energy from solar and wind can actually in many ways replace the operation of coal in the system. Now this is a system level cost analysis. What we kind of see is in the 25 giga export case, the system cost actually increases when we add storage to the system, but at a unit level, it still decreases by about 15 paisa. Now in 35 giga as well as 45 giga, we see benefits at system level as well, along with the decrease in the unit prices. In 35 giga, we see a system level benefit of close to 1,000 crores on an annual basis. And in 45 giga, we see about 300 crore benefits year on year. Now, this was primarily about the high RE scenario wherein we added 6.7. I mean, the capacity expected in 2030 was 6.7 of wind and 58.5 of solar. We also ran additional scenarios wherein the capacity was not expanding to that level. One low RE scenario which we considered was with 24 giga of solar and 5.3 giga of wind, which is kind of the 2025 targets of the state. And we are kind of expecting that by 2030, at least these capacities are going to be, absorbed. Yeah, in these scenarios, we are considering about 19 gigawatts of exports, which is going to be online. Now, we also did an optimal RE scenario wherein similar export was expected, but we allowed the system to the model to tell us as to what kind of expansion we can see in the system, which is most cost optimal. Now, a comparison to these two was the 25 giga export case, which we saw in the high RE scenario, wherein the capacity of solar was 58.5 and wind was 6.7, but the export levels were 25 gigawatts, which was kind of close to the 19 giga which we see in low RE cases. Right now, if you compare these three, the RE share as expected in higher RE case is much higher, but the addition of storage is also much higher in these cases. What we see in optimal RE and low RE cases, we see a total RE share of close to 30% and 34% in low RE and optimal RE. This also saw expansion of storages up to 2 gigawatt hours and 0.9 gigawatt hours. These were primarily with 2 hours and 4 hour batteries, and in optimal RE it was primarily 4 hour batteries which were getting expanded. Like I mentioned, even in this case, with the addition of storages, the price of the unit level price of system price keeps on decreasing. In an optimal case, it came down to 5.17 rupees. So this is the summary of the optimal RE scenario, wherein the system kind of gave us the capacity expansion which was required for the state. Now, in this case, we kind of expected that the export which is possible in the state to be somewhere around 19 gigawatts. So if at all we consider that kind of a setup, we see that the coal is around 12.6 giga. There's no expansion which we see in wind and also other conventional sources. Only the solar is expected to increase from around the existing 14 to around 21.6 giga, and a storage addition of about 500 megawatts of 4 hour batteries is to be expected. Now, even in this case, we actually see system level benefits of close to about 100 crores per year. So this is just a summary of what I just mentioned. So in an optimal case, what we kind of see is a net decrease of coal capacity to about 12.7 gigawatts, and so this one more point which I did not mention here is we did it for without storage case as well. When we do it without storage addition, in this case we see solar expansion of close to 20.2 as well. Only thing is the coal capacity which is observed here is slightly higher. So if you look at this, so we have a storage expansion of nearly 500 megawatts, and there is a coal retirement of close to 700 megawatts, right? In some ways, it's kind of indicating that whatever the coal is not able to balance in the system, the storage is able to come in and play that role to a large extent. So yeah, that I think covers most of the main points of the several runs of protection cost model. Now, considering the 35 gigawatts export scenario, the 1,000 crore which was seen as system level benefits, that was utilized to analyze what kind of project level analysis we can make. Harsh will take over and explain that.
Thanks a lot, Vijay. So we'll just see that, okay, if we have to deploy the storage at a project level, then how the economics can work for this case. And we are here considering the benefits which are just coming out from the reduction in variable cost for the state. So 40 megawatt hour storage here would gain benefits of almost 89 CR, 89 crores in a 15 years period. Now, these benefits are what state is getting from investment in the storage. So we are just taking this as a revenue of storage. So now, if this cost has to be given to storage, this benefit has to be transferred to storage, then we'll be transferring almost 4.12 rupees per kilowatt hour for the lifetime of the storage. That is the 15 years project. And if we go for a capacity payment, then we would be going for 2,800 rupees INR per kilowatt hour. Here, kilowatt hour is not the energy. Here, kilowatt hour is the capacity of the storage. So that would be given, say, per year, 2,800 rupees per year. So if we do that, then we would be kind of breaking even in 13 years. So for a 15 years project, the break-even point would be 13 years. So as Sharma sir was saying, like the first thing is whether the economics works or not. So the economics works for the state. Whether the finance works or not, the finance is not so good in this case because 13 years would not convince investors. But again, let's be mindful that these benefits are just benefits which the states are getting from efficient running of their current thermal assets. So if we start adding benefits like T&D deferral, we would be looking the break-even point falling from 13 years to almost 8 years. If we also start adding benefits like deviation settlement mechanism penalties savings, then further we would see more benefits. If we also add arbitrage here, which we generally debate that arbitrage in our markets are not good enough for storage, but we are not talking about daily arbitrage. We are just talking about seasonal arbitrage. So even if we are able to get 15, 20 cycles, 30 cycles in a year at a seasonal arbitrage time when the difference in IEX peak and off-peak prices are almost like 7 rupees, 8 rupees, 9 rupees, I think it's a good economic benefit for the storage. So if we start adding all those benefits here, we would see the payback happening like under 5-6 years. So yes, the storage is also making commercial sense here, but I think the bigger question here, or the key takeaway here for us, is to not just talk about the cost of storage. And I'm not talking about just the battery storage. I'm talking about any kind of storage, because when we put values in the model, we just put the efficiencies, we just put the DOD cycles, and we just put the cost of capex, and we just put cost of opex. So these are taken for different kind of technologies, and the model just picks up the best commercially available technology out there. So the point is, storage cost would come down the way they are supposed to come down. But I think the biggest takeaway from this exercise for us is to understand what benefits we can get from flexible systems, whether it's gas peakers, whether it's battery storage, whether it's pumped hydro storage. I think we have to define our kind of markets or the dispatch curve for these flexible assets so that we gain the maximum value out of this. And we just then don't debate on, okay, what's the price point that we have to pay for this? Because I think the benefits are much more than the price points here. But I think we have to think of the ways in which we can monetize these benefits. So I think that would be the key takeaway which we are getting so far from the study. Yeah, over to you. Thank you, Sandhya.
Hello. Hello. So thank you so much, Harsh, for sharing the preliminary analysis results. And we would like to have Sir Saxena ji and Kale ji also share their perspective, starting from, we obviously know that there are benefits as far as storage is concerned. And one of the things that we also came to know from Sharma ji as well, that We need to look at portfolio of storage solutions and go beyond battery energy storage. But just picking up from what Harsh said, that we would like to understand what challenges, the state is going to face in terms of integrating RE to begin with, considering we have these targets, and then what role battery energy storage can actually play in grid balancing. So, over to you, sir.
So first of all, I thank Bharat Research Foundation, WRI, and CSI for inviting us. I thank organizers for calling us and allowed us to share our thoughts on very critical subject. So first of all, I will brief some initiatives which we are taking in the transmission. So most of the answers will be given with this. As a transmission, we are at this moment handling roughly 16,000 megawatt of peak load. The state government has shifted the agriculture loads in the daytime because of the full utilization of the solar power. So 2-block system is being implemented in the state. So that has already, we have crossed 16,000 megawatt of peak load. As per the CEA studies and the 20th EPS draft stage, it is there, but we are expected to reach 23,000 megawatt by 25-26. So this is the growth we will be expecting in the forthcoming years. At the same time, the solar energy, the renewable, we are expecting that we have to mitigate the evacuation capacity for roughly 11,000 megawatt of renewable energy in the state grid by 25-26. So we have been taking proactive steps for doing this, and evacuation capacities are already being planned for 11,000 megawatt. And our board has already approved the 765 kV corridors from Jaisalmer, 765 Jaisalmer, then it will connect to Kakani, Jodhpur, there 765 kV will be created, and it will be connected to Phagi, which is our existing 765 kV substation. So one of these corridors will be able to evacuate roughly 5,500 megawatt of power from Jaisalmer to Jaipur, that is the main load center of Rajasthan. Second transmission corridor we have envisaged is between Badla to Bikaner, which will be first constructed on 400 kV level, and later on, as the requirement grows, it will convert it to 765 kV level. So the ambitious plan is already there up to 2030, where we will extend this 765 kV network to the Alwar region. So both the corridors will finally converge at Alwar. So we will have the complete 765 ring around the Rajasthan, starting from Jaisalmer to Kakani, then Alwar, then Phagi, Junjunu, and then Bikaner and Badla. So this is the ring which is planned as a master plan. So these are the initiatives we are taking for the evacuation of solar capacities, rather renewable capacities. At the same time, at the load centers also, we will have to expand our capacity, transmission capacity. So roughly 150 to 175 numbers of EHV substation has to come in next 5 years. So we estimate that the total investment which will be requiring on the transmission will be roughly around 26,000 to 27,000 crores. So this is what we are doing at the transmission level. So we are planning for 11,000 megawatt of evacuation capacity by 25-26. Now coming to the challenges we are facing in the operation of transmission system because of the renewable. As Amitabh sir has rightly said, we are also into onus of handling the issues for as we are more into the solar energy which is being generated for the country, and we are at the first end is receiving the burnt of it also. We are also facing so many challenges in grid operations. I will give an example. On 400 kV, we are varying between 450 kV to 360 kV. At 220 kV level, we are varying from 250 kV and 170, 180 kV. So these are the magnitude of oscillations we are facing in the grid. And for the load dispatch, it is very difficult to handle all this. At the same time, the flexible resources which are available for the operator, load dispatch operator, is very less. So they are finding difficult times, many times to stabilize the grid. So most of the time we talk of the storage and these technologies from the point of view of economics, which is the tariff on which we are buying the power. But at the same time, it has to be seen as the stability and security aspects of the grid. So we are also looking into it as a transmission element, not only looking at it as a revenue things which he also mentioned in his key takeaways, because at the planning stage, we are also planning it as a security and stability point of view. At the same time, when we are talking of RE integration, we only call of the flexible resources. I will draw your attention to many other aspects, which also includes the real-time operation and real-time data. That is also a key point which has to be highlighted, because managing of such grid, such complex grid in which the renewable is ranging from 30 to 50% by 2030, a real-time operation, real-time decision making, and real-time action will be required. So the transmission company of Rajasthan has also taken a proactive approach, and we have laid fiber optic cable up to all our 132 kV substations. We are also installing the remote terminal units, adopting the automation technologies for real-time data acquisition and action on it. So we are in process of commissioning 3 control centers at Jaipur, Jodhpur, and Ajmer. So we are looking it as a complex grid. When RE integration is reaching 50 to 60%, it will be more required, and we are also gearing up for that. The one more aspect is wide area monitoring. That is also will be facilitated with the real-time data acquisition in the transmission network. Lot of islanding schemes has to come into picture because of this renewable integration and security stability issues. So we are also working on these issues apart from the planning on the storage part. Then second aspect is the regulatory issues. So a lot of issues we are facing at the state level from the regulatory perspective, like new challenges of GNA, green open access, ancillary services. These are also coming at the ISTS level. But at the same pace, it is not coming up in the state sector. The state regulator is a little bit slow in this dynamic environment. And as Amitabh sir has rightly pointed out, that the policy should be dynamic and the regulations should also keep pace with the changing scenario. The technology is rapidly changing, but the regulations are not changing. Regulations are not updated to mitigate these challenges. At ISTS level, it is being done, but it is not done in the state level. So this is also the point where considerations are to be given for using these flexible resources as a ancillary services. So there should be a level playing field between ISTS and intrastate network in terms of regulations also. As he pointed out, Amitabh said that there is a free transmission on ISTS, but it is not allowed for intrastate. So it is not a level playing field between the state and the center. So there must be a harmony into the regulations and level playing field between the states and the center, because all the freebies or whatever concessions they give on the central level, it will finally fall on the consumers. It will also fall on the DISCOM consumers. So there must be a policy related and regulatory related framework which should be across India, should be same for all these aspects to cover for facilitating the renewable integration at this scale. Because GNA calls for the plug and play type of transmission of power, but it is only on the state ISTS network. So it will finally attract the DISCOM consumer to connect to ISTS network, and will further affect the DISCOM financials. So these regulations are to be done in harmony so that the overall sector and overall integration issues are addressed. Now, third point I will like to take is the new initiatives, what we are thinking and already working on it. Like you said, it is a storage. We are looking at it as a transmission element, and we have at this moment have planned for 100 megawatt for 4 hours. So we are studying for 400 megawatt hours, not because of the economics, but because of the transmission system requirements. So this, we have also studied the peak load average tariff, which is from the courtesy Urja Vikas Nigam. So roughly 6 rupees is the average tariff during the peak time. So it is already a high time we can go for storage, and we are at this moment are actually studying for the right place and sizing. So we are putting it at the places where we can avoid some capex on the transmission lines. 2 or 3 substations we have identified for such initiatives, where we are constrained on the transmission during the peak time. So that will save roughly on 220 kV line, roughly we invest 50 to 60 lakh rupees per kilometer. So if we are able to save 70, 80 kilometers of line, so that will add to the capex of the battery storage and will be further improve the cost benefit analysis, which we finally work out for the battery storage. So Rajasthan is also, as a transmission company, we are planning for it, and it is in the planning stage, not yet approved, but we are already planning it. Second aspect which we are working on is the distributed solar generation. We are working with the Rajasthan Renewable Energy Corporation, and in process of working out the strategy to put the distributed generation 50 to 200 megawatt in each district. The reason being, it will add to roughly 25, roughly if we take 25 districts which are not RE rich that way, that will add roughly 2500 megawatt of power, solar power, in a distributed manner, where we already have the transmission capacity and capability available. So we are looking at it as a benefit. In the capex terms, roughly 2500 megawatt of additional solar energy without the investment on the capital expenditure on transmission. So roughly 2,500 crores will be saved and 2,500 megawatt of power will be integrated. So that one benefit we are looking at, and that is also at the planning stage, the distributed generation, because the Kusum and the feeder solarization has not picked up that well. So that is one reason. Second, the two block agriculture supply has already increased our T&D loss from roughly 3.2 something to more than 4%. So putting up of generation near to the load center will definitely change the power flows in our network and will improve the T&D loss, which is increasing because of the two block system. So this is one of the initiative. And at the RREC level, definitely they are going for the pump solarization, and maybe with the net metering on the agriculture in line with Gujarat, or virtual net metering for the community solar will be the new concepts which need to be integrated for improving the distributed generation space. Another initiatives which we have taken up is the is in the plan is power flow controller. We have as a pilot we have gotten approval of power flow controllers. So these will be able to handle the power flows through the various lines. So that will improve our capacity utilization, as well as the reactive compensation requirements will also be optimized. So the capex investment required on the reactors and other reactive elements will reduce. Similarly, one more initiative is dynamic line rating along with this power flow controller is being analyzed so that most of the transmission elements are put to fullest of use. We have also planned few of the STATCOMs. It is already approved. Two 300 MVR 400 kV STATCOMs along with 200 MVR 220 kV level STATCOMs to mitigate the reactive power compensation requirements, and which will definitely improve the voltage profile of the Western Rajasthan and as a Rajasthan as a whole. Lot of static reactors are also planned statewide, so which is will also improve the voltage profile. So in this way, I wanted to brief the complete subject and the initiatives being taken by transmission and some of the initiatives as a power sector also. So this is what I wanted to tell. Thank you.
Thanks to the organizers to make me the part of this discussion. Where I and last presented a good presentation on orientation. The story regarding the storage, recently the MOP has issued the trajectory for HPO as well as the storage also. Regarding this, if we consider the optimal mix report of the CA published in the January somewhere in 2020, that time the HPO and the storage was not the part of the RPO. So definitely the projections which have been shown in the optimal power mix in 2029-30 will have some changes. This storage system is required to reduce the conventional power also. As per the optimal mix report, the expected energy requirement to fulfill the energy requirement by 29-30 is 54%, which is as of now is about 69-70%. After introduction of this storage system, I mean the necessity of this storage system by the MOP, the conventional power consumption will automatically be reduced. to reduce the electricity cost to the consumers, the storage will play a vital role. This storage system is not required only for the fulfillment of the RPO. It is required to meet out the power demand during the night hours, peak hours also. As we reduce the installation of the conventional resource-based power stations. Mr. Kale has given all the steps taken by the state on account of the transmission. On behalf of the DISCOMs, we have considered, the projections based on considering this increase in RE power in the state. So the main issue as on date is to accommodate the solar power. The integration of the solar power is the main issue, and we don't have any grid caught for the state as on date. So main issue is for this trajectory recently issued the May 2022 by the MOP for thermal power stations to compensate their generation with the solar power. So it will again create a problem to accommodate the solar power in the day hours, because the generators will first accommodate their flexi power. So some more study is required in addition to this battery storage, as the battery storage is essential for the transmission system, but other storage system is required to accommodate the solar power and to provide the cheaper power to the consumers. As just now I was discussing the issue with my colleague Mr. S. Sharma, CLD. The rapid corridor transport way is there in the almost city as in Jaipur. So by using this EV, the study should be conducted for having the electricity vehicles on that particular route, just like the tram. Thank you for inviting me. It's enough from my end.
Hello, is this audible? Thank you so much, sir, for actually giving a lot of details, especially in terms of the evacuation capacity preparing, the 400 megawatt hour storage that you're planning at the substation level, and also the distributed solar plants that you're planning at the district level. I think those are very important and relevant initiatives that you have undertaken. So a couple of questions in terms of, so you already mentioned that energy storage is going to play an important role, especially in daily balancing as well as, seasonal balancing, depending on the, storage. And Rajasthan has also been paying significant money in terms of the DSM, the deviation settlement mechanism as well. And I think one of the discussions we also had was if there is surplus capacity, it's going to be injected into the grid, and that will also attract these penalties. So in terms of the the cost of grid management, or how do you think that the battery storage integration can be planned better, especially when we are talking about power quality issues, and especially we are talking about voltage support, the other ancillary services apart from just the time shifting pieces. So do you see the role of storage actively in that space? So that was one question. And I would also kind of would like Harsh to weigh in terms of how storage has actually played an active role in terms of voltage support in other countries as well, and how we can learn or get experience from other countries on how storage can be beneficial beyond the usual support that it is providing. So that's one. And then second, I would like to also understand in terms of pumped hydro storage, where do you see that Rajasthan in terms of its vision on how pumped storage can play an important role? Apart from the seasonal, storage, is there any other way that we can feel that pumped hydro is going to play an important role in grid balancing? So those were two questions. And then I'm also mindful of the time, so I'd also open it to the participants if they have any questions, and if there are questions online as well. So first, these are the two questions, and Saxena ji, if you'd like to take that, and then we can go.
First, you asked about the storage, battery storage as a tool for smoothening power quality management. And as I have already told that we are also looking at it as a stability security aspect, not only from the commercial perspective. One of studies we carried out with the Japanese, NIDO sponsored at Tivri for 5 megawatt of battery storage. The objective of study was to see the smoothening of generation and load curve, generation curve. At that substation, there was plenty of solar and wind was integrated. So there was a erratic generation curve. So after study and complete simulation, we found out that the battery storage will also be helpful in smoothening that curve. So it is absolutely no hitch in saying that it will improve the power quality if it is integrated at the generation end on the same bus. And we are also looking at from this aspect. The second, you have talked about the pumped hydro storage. As you are aware that the Rajasthan already has a scarcity of the the water. So the pumped hydro storage has a limited potential in Rajasthan. But at the same time, the state government is very positive on the green hydrogen part. So with the green hydrogen, we will be able to use as a storage and regenerate it as electricity. But at this moment, it is a challenge because of the low efficiency. Putting it at hydrogen and putting it back to electricity is roughly the complete cycle will be 60% efficiency, and the unit cost will be roughly between 25 to rupees 30. So until unless the green hydrogen cost comes below $2 per kg or $1 per kg, it will not be sustainable. But in the future, definitely the green hydrogen and generation of electricity through green hydrogen will be a positive thing which can happen for this flexibility in the RE integration. So,
Just now, Mr. Kale has cleared the things. Regarding this pump storage system, the battery storage system presently is very costly in comparison to the pump storage system. No doubt during the time the cost may come down for the hydrogen, green hydrogen also. But as on date, to meet out the peak demand, the battery storage system, to adopt the battery storage system will definitely increase the cost. I will recall the statement given by Mr. Sharma in the morning, the first session, घोड़ा और घुड़सवार. तो हम वो घुड़सवारी करें जिसमें घोड़ा पूरा ही निमट जाए, वो तो on behalf of DISCOM हम शायद नहीं कर सकते. हमें पहले इस पे जाना पड़ेगा कि जिसकी हमको कॉस्ट अभी कम मिले. That should be beneficial to the DISCOMs and the consumers. That's why we have planned, and on behalf of the DISCOMs we have decided and projected the RE power to be consumed in the state up to 2026-27, and we have considered solar with the storage and hybrid with the storage for the financial year 25-26 and 26-27. So we are on the way to accommodate the maximum RE power, but we have some constraints are here. With the time, the constraints will remove.
Thank you, sir. Very valid points. And I think we have to go beyond, like you said, storage. There is green hydrogen, potential of green hydrogen using solar and also using spilled wind power. And there are several studies that are actually happening in this area. So that's one area that needs to be analyzed further. And Harsh, if you could kind of give your perspective about how storage has, internationally, how it has actually helped in different ancillary services. And also in terms of the business model, I think you also have capacity payments and various other structures that actually help in the supplementary revenue stream. So if you could give the benefits as well as how it is going to help DISCOMs in the future. So I think those examples would really help. Yeah.
Sure. So there are fewer examples of storage being used as a transmission asset because it's predominantly was tied up with the generation. But there are international utilities like the Terna in Italy, which is used for storage as a transmission asset. It has been used to improve power quality, to provide voltage support, and to also kind of defer investment in transmission lines. So I think the way Kale sir was explaining that this can be done, this has been done in few cases. So apart from these, like the ancillary services in PJM markets in South Australia have been quite commonly used now, and there have been payments made for the assets for both being available online. So there is a capacity payment which is made, and the other payment is energy payment which is made. I think which is a very common thing in all these ISOs like PJM, Cal ISO, and even the Australia electricity market. So yeah, so there are ways in which this can be done, but I think for to us to do that, I think we have to understand like, okay, what benefit we want from these kind of flexible assets. I mean, unless we do that, I think we'll be always talking like, okay, it's very costly, and it's going to, you know, who's going to bear the cost. So I think if we don't realize the benefits, I think that will be very difficult to, you know, say, okay, it's a costly asset. So even when we see the study doesn't say, okay, we have to go for highest number of renewable. So we are not kind of promoting that, okay, these targets or that targets. So there is also a part of the study which talks about, okay, what is the optimal generation requirement? Because I think in morning, this line was said like, okay, what is the optimal generation requirement for the state, for the people, you know, where the cost would be lowest. So even in that scenario, we end up adding some renewable. So it's not like we say, okay, we are done with renewables. We add renewables. We add just 6 gigawatt, much lower than what is there on the state policy. But we still add renewable. So that's the point. We still add storage to bring the system cost down. So there is a 2 gigawatt hour storage being added even in that scenario. 2 gigawatt hour is a small number, but it's still being added in that scenario to bring the system cost down. Interestingly, there is also a 700 megawatt coal retirement, excess coal retirement happening. So in all the scenarios that we ran, I think what economics shows that no matter how much renewable we add in next 10 years, there would be scenarios where if you bring more flexibility to the system, you would start retiring more and more coal plants. And that would be because of economics, not because of carbon, not because of thinking about CO2. And because if you're adding a lot of renewable out there at 2.5 rupees, less than 3 rupees, with storage, some of the newer coal plants would still look expensive when you are adding them up in 2030. So in some of the scenarios, the coal plants which were added like 10 years back, they are not getting dispatched. Now this is just model, like, okay, there's not a real life scenario, so don't worry. It just, they're not getting dispatched because of the economics. So I think that's what is one way to look at it.
Thank you, Harsh. Thanks for the detailed explanation in terms of what benefits can be accrued in the future. Sir, you had any thoughts to share on this?
This is what the coal capacities are supposed to be retired shortly. I mean, to accommodate the RE. But to accommodate the RE, the base load is required. See, the wind power is basically onshore power. Solar you can consider. So definitely the storage has to increase. And once we are saying this is the 2 rupees 50 paisa or 3 rupees the RE power, that's okay. But there is a binding. It will ask to back down the generation, then we have to make the full charge. So the cost economics has to consider all these things, and we have to work more for this switch.
So also to add to it, like in none of the scenarios, like coal is going to zero. So we are still seeing value for synchronous generators out there, because I think
at least for 3-4 decades, the coal will remain.
We did it till 2030. Like it's not, yeah.
So just being mindful of the time, I was thinking that we can open it to the floor, and if there are any questions We can start for the panelists.
State is not having any water scarcity in the 17 districts, and they don't have any capacities there. And they propose to have 25-30 megawatt solar generations in those districts. Have any study made by this RVPNL on this issue? Or we are just planning or just thinking about it?
Sir, it is at the planning stage itself, and definitely will carry out the complete study on the load flow also, and the losses, loss reduction, and plus the capacity we can handle at that station. So it is just beginning. We are on to it. Probably it will take some time to freeze it.
Because the Maharashtra state has already taken up this issue, and they
Okay.
have already issued a tender
Okay.
putting up the 25-30 megawatt solar plants in almost all the districts, depending on the load capacities there.
I was not aware, but we were already working on it. And we will see that where land is available, where the substation has a capacity, because we don't want to invest on transmission infra now, on these districts at least. So at least 2,500 megawatt should come to the system without investing much on transmission infrastructure, which is the basic objective.
That's a good idea.
But we are doing the complete detailed analysis on it. So it will take some time.
So my second question is Mr. Harsh. So what about with the change of climate? We are seeing in state that last 1 month there is almost no solar power. I have a solar power station at my residence, and I'm seeing the solar generation is almost 1/10 what we are getting the normal days. So that kind of situation will arise with the climate change. How you have accounted for these situations, or just taken the situation as it is?
Yeah, so we have not taken any forecast on the irradiation curves. So we are taking the irradiation curves from the last year. So we have not forecasted, okay, there would be more clouds in 2030. But I mean, that's where we require different kind of generations because they balance out each other. And that's where the flexible assets play more role. So interestingly, when we did this kind of a study for Tamil Nadu, like Tamil Nadu has a lot more wind than solar, and they were losing a lot of wind because of this seasonality, because in a lot of seasons, like they were not able to capture the complete wind. So when we did modeling there, a lot of long duration storage was coming into picture because of that seasonal pattern. Because to take into consideration that wind loss for 6 to 8 hours, we were requiring more pumped hydro. We were requiring more long duration batteries like flow batteries and other batteries that we were talking about. So I think that's the beauty of it. There would be seasonalities, and that's the challenge with renewable. Yeah, we have to live with that.
I would like to add, I have studied, I think few days back, IIT Kanpur researchers have done this study on climatic changes, and they have projected that the expected generation will fall. So the investors should be cautious on this, but that horizon is, I think, 50 years plus. So yes, it was the study, but they were also not sure. It was with some assumptions they have taken, but it is more than 50 years later, and these all studies are to 2030 only.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Rohit from MNIT. I just had a specific question for Harsh and to the panelists as well. Definitely, the type of studies that we have done for identifying storage capacities, that is interesting. Are we able to identify the other services which we can capture from storage? Are we able to do some system studies, possibly with the help of the utilities? The utilities would also benefit from those. The present scheme of things that we discussed in that presentation, possibly that can be enhanced by identifying what those services we can secure from the storage. That would be significantly beneficial. If possibly. Yeah.
Yeah, so we did this study, and not just now, like I think we have been studying this for like the last 4 or 5 years, where we have been looking at different services, what storage can provide at say a particular location. So we try to capture, power factor. We try to capture T&D deferral. We try to capture arbitrage there. So those are the kind of benefits, and even DSM is there. So those are the kind of benefits what we try to capture on a localized project level. But often, like with the past cost in the storage, like especially 17-18 cost, where the storage was more than $500 per kilowatt hour. During that point of time, even with capturing all this benefits, we were not able to realize like full recovery of capex in storage. So that made us think like, okay, what is the system saving, not just at the local level, but at the state level. So that's where we did this study, and we said, okay, there is a lot more benefit available at the system level and not just at the location level. So if you add them both, I think you see benefit in the investment. So I think that's the point I was trying to make, is that we have a lot of local benefits. In some cases, where parameters are bad, like power factor is bad, where load is pretty high, you can see cost benefits very easily. But those number of substations would be, say, 1 in 100 or 1 in 10. Okay, not in all substations, not in all locations you would see those benefits. But if you start quantifying the system level benefits at state level, then a lot of these substations, there would be more substations which you can identify and put these flexible assets like storage. So be it any storage. Yeah.
Just to complement that, the issue, what type of storage should be used? Possibly if you are able to differentiate it, because for a state like Rajasthan, and for that matter for India as well, we cannot keep on focusing only on battery storage. We need to, because if we want to work with the utilities, possibly we need to identify what different storages, depending upon what the system requirement is, that needs to be worked out.
So I would say as a policy maker, I think they would go unbiased. So any tender which comes out should just say, okay, what is the requirement? I mean, there can be instances where you want to promote pumped hydro, or you want to promote a particular kind of a storage technology. But overall, when you are making this kind of a policy for state level or a country level, I think these things should be more technology agnostic. So you should just say, okay, this is what I want. This is the price point I want. This is the delivery of energy I want in these many hours. Now let the IPP decide, or the developer decide, okay, what technology they can bring in, which meets the bill, at a given price. So there were tenders which were happening. I think the biggest one happened last year in South Africa, where the tender was for 200 megawatt, 800 megawatt hour. It was a technology agnostic tender. So a lot of the flow battery companies, thermal battery companies also participated in the tenders. But the LFP batteries which were out there were the lowest price at that point of time. So they won all the tenders. So I think economics would decide which chemistry or even which kind of storage technology wins.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Any questions online that have been posted? Yeah.
Hi, Harsh. This question is for you from Ashwani Arora from CEW. He has 2 questions. One around which tool has been used for production cost modeling. And the second one is about the seasonal storage. It seems from your PPT that Rajasthan does not require it, or requires it, I think. Yeah. Is it only because of high share of solar compared to the wind?
So so the first answer is like PIPSA has been used for production cost modeling, and we would like to run pumped hydro. I think given it's Rajasthan, we didn't include pumped hydro, but I mean we can think of these kind of seasonal storage as well. Again, like it's we have not run it and seen, but our guesstimate is that the model would not pick long duration seasonal storage because, as you said, the solar is much higher than the wind. Yeah.
Any more questions from the audience?
This question is for Mr. Harsh. Like you have studied, you're advocating more for the storage, especially say battery and all. But have you studied what if we are able to balance, do the balancing part of the power supply through the existing thermal power projects? Because they also have the capacity, to provide the balancing part. So have you studied that, made a comparative study whether the storage will be a better option or we retrofit our existing thermal power station for doing the providing the needful for the balancing part or for the proper quality of the power supply can be maintained?
So I was there in the meeting with CA where they were asking thermal power plants like NTPC, can you go more? Can you increase your ramp rates? And there was a kind of I would not say rejection from them, but they were not very happy with this kind of a proposition that ramp rates should be increased because of the wear and tear and its effect on the life cycle of the coal plants. I think my colleague Vijay can maybe detail on the specifics of the specific heats or the economics there.
Yeah, the flexibility offered by thermal, that was considered in the model itself. I mean, when we actually look at the flexibility available from battery as well as thermal, kind of easily, battery takes the cake there. Primarily because we kind of assume that thermal power plants can give a ramp rate of about 1.2% per minute. So that's the ramp rate we are kind of expecting. And even the thermal technical minimum, which power plants are regulated to operate at, it's at 55% right now. So yeah, that is the limit which we have put, and we have tried to reduce it to say 48%, 45% as well. But ultimately, the flexibility offered by battery storage and considering the variability of solar and wind, any day storage takes the cake.
Of existing resources, I think would be a better step rather than venturing into absolutely a new area.
Absolutely.
And secondly, the life of battery, I don't think so. It's more than 5 years or so. So what will be the disposal of such a technology? That also needs to be considered while, doing the cost benefit analysis.
So life of battery, which are like used in some of the behind the meter application, like telecom, it's 5 to 7 years because they use batteries which give 2,500 cycles, 3,000 cycles. But the batteries which we have considered in the economic model are minimum which uses 6,000 cycles because that's now being deployed across the world for different like grid applications. So when we take 6,000 cycles, now many of the tenders, like they ask for 10 to 15 years life for these kind of systems. Even the SECI tender, which came now for this Fatehgarh ISTS, it asked for 12 years life. And many of the international tenders are now asking minimum 15 years life. And yeah, so the disposal is a issue. I would not say it's not. And I think that would be more solved if EV sector grows faster and the recycling plants come around them faster. And for that to happen, we would need, the gigafactories to be set up in India, which happily I can say are happening now. And their precursor plants would also need to be set up here. Then only we can have that circular chain of processing of raw materials, battery raw materials. Yeah.
I just wanted to add one more point that we also need to consider what level of curtailment is acceptable to us. Right. So solar and wind will be extremely volatile, but if we try to balance each and every minute of solar and wind availability with storage, then the the level of investment which is required for storage will be very high. So if we kind of assume that, say, we are acceptable that, okay, 5% of annual level solar is curtailable. So that is something which is kind of reasonable, and that will bring down the overall investment required for storage, as well as while maintaining a reasonable system.
So achieving 0% curtailment, even with storage, is very difficult. I mean, you then mindlessly start adding storage. I think Sandhya would not allow that, that if we add so much storage in the study. So we just kept that, okay, some of the curtailments can be better managed, with the existing systems, with the better forecasting and scheduling, and the rest can be taken care of by storage.
Your studies, does your study point out whether what will be the best location at the distribution level, or as a transmission element, or at the generator end? Where exactly should, what's the most economical way of planning the storage?
So practically for Rajasthan, I think the ISTS, like interstate transmission substations, are the best cases, because the maximum renewable is getting exported. So if we are to manage that, I think a lot lot of would come in those substations. Even at distributed level, there is a lot of benefits what storage would bring to the grid, the voltage, the power quality, and integration of distributed energy would happen in a better way. But that quantum of storage would be much lesser than I think what we are looking at interstate substations.
In your studies, have you considered it at different locations, or is just a quantum you have considered in the studies?
Yeah, so we are yet to pick the data from substations. So if we get data at substation level, I think we can analyze that in a better way.
In my address, I requested you to highlight something about flexibility. Flexibility derived from the storage you have addressed. But flexibility from DSM or any other services, you have not discussed much about it. So can you do that? In the state of Rajasthan, again, I would say it is different from all other states. For agriculture purposes, we need power for pumping. So that means we require underground water to be lifted and then for use for cultivation. So as for pump storage, we are lifting water from lower reservoir to the upper reservoir, and then generating electricity to meet the peak. For agriculture consumers, can we think of making tanks, reservoir at very lower level and store the water there during the surplus power availability time, so that they can use any time when they require? And especially if the power is made available to them when the surplus is available. At present, it is night hours. We are surplus with grid power. So any study or any work you have done in this regard, or any other DSM, known DSM site, known DSM is popular.
Yeah.
But coming with the EVs and agriculture specific load in Rajasthan, some study has to be done, and you might have done it. So can you highlight it?
I'll ask Sandhya to answer that.
So as of now, we have not really looked into the lift irrigation kind of pumping system that you're talking about, but that is being popular in other states as well. But we have not done any analysis on that front, but rightfully so, I think it's going to be very useful kind of a storage system, archaic, but still useful.
Sandhya, you must be knowing in Shekhawati belt of Rajasthan, that is Sikar, Junjunu, Churu, people used to make tanka. They call it as tanka. It's a tank. So there was a scarcity of power in the state of Rajasthan about 10 years back. They used to keep the pumps on whenever the electricity will be there. The pumping will start, and that tanka will be filled up. And when they will go in their hours, they will use the power. They will use the tanka to drain it to the small distributaries, or the now it is more common because drip irrigation is there. So least water is required. So can we think of, we can have some bigger tanka for a village or for a group of fields. So that study has to be done. I think it is required. It is high time for Rajasthan. It is not required in UP and elsewhere. UP, you must be knowing, they are depending upon the tubewell corporation. So the state is supplying water to their fields through pipelines. But it is not there in the Rajasthan. So for Rajasthan specific, something has to be done. This is my suggestion, if you can go ahead.
Sure, sir. I think Simran, you had a point.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for raising some relevant points. I just wanted to share some experience from some of the work that we've done. Specifically in Delhi, we talked about DDL, demand response study with about 4,000 consumers. Now we found that the potential of demand side management is about 2 to 3% at the peak demand, but that's also coming at a very high incentive, right? So financial viability still continues to be a concern. We are planning another next round of pilot with 1 lakh consumers to better understand consumer behaviors. And with that, modeling demand response for grid management with the limited information data we have right now becomes extremely difficult. And viability, unlike storage, is, I think, quite far. Again, some relevant points on agriculture also. I think this coming from off-grid background and having been worked with microgrids, I think there's a lot of potential of IoT integration where, as you said, grid can also, utility can also have control when farmers are using, and agriculture as a load can provide a lot of flexibility. Right? Again, additional challenges, of course, with the policy shift of daytime supply, higher peak demand. I'm sure you guys are well aware of that, but there is a potential of using a lot of potential for energy efficiency also in agriculture, as well as using it as a flexible load. Yeah, so there's definitely something, if possible, we can explore. Thank you.
I may add to it. If you can visit to the right main canal, Indira Gandhi Canal, especially in the district of Ganganagar and Hanumangarh, there big tanks have been built up without taking the help of electricity. They are storing the canal water to their tanks, and they are using whenever they desire for the irrigation purpose. So that kind of study can be done. Of course, it may not be viable financially, but for the DSM purpose, we can think of it, and we can run a pilot project.
Sure.
Sure, sir. Duly noted. And so just wrapping up the session, now that we know that storage is, I think we are all on the same page that storage is going to play an important role. So just top 2 to 3 priorities that you feel is going to be important when we talk about Rajasthan's clean energy transition. So
few of the priorities I already discussed. One is broadly power quality, so which takes into account the voltage profile, or takes into account the reactive compensation in view of the high RE integration. So this is a most important thing from the consumer aspects also. If we are not able to deliver quality power to the consumer, all the efforts what we are making will fail. For this, we use storage or different type of technologies. That will be the priority as a state. Second, I have told the distributed generation will also be must be on the priority in order to optimize the cost of investment. And third, most likely, as Madam was also said, the cost economics commercial economics will survive any technology. If it is in an ancillary market, if it is a tertiary, secondary or primary sources, if it is possible with the ramp up of generator at the thermal is cheaper than what we are getting from other sources, that will win. So the cost economics will drive the future, because the ultimate aim is to have a optimized cost to the consumer. So these are basic priority for any utility, because we are answerable to the consumer only. So lowest cost to consumer is the priority for any state, and utility transmission may be a DISCOM.
That's why on behalf of the Rajasthan DISCOMs, we had decided to add the capacity on STU connected pieces to reduce the transmission losses of IST account. We have to consider cost economics that the cost to the consumer should reduce. वैसे मैं पिछले 6-7 साल से सुन रहा हूँ, since 2014-15, I was attending the meeting in the MOP and all, that we should be pay attention to provide the cheaper electricity to the consumers, but year to year the cost is increasing. So we have to pay attention more on this particular point to reduce the energy cost to the consumers. The study should include this main point.
Yeah, I think I agree with that point, that economics should be most valuable thing out there. But if there are targets like the one which we have, I think there has to be emphasis on the transmission addition, interstate transmission addition, because I think storage alone cannot serve high RE scenarios here. So that is the second most important point. And I think the flexible assets then bring value if you are having optimized transmission capacity.
Thank you so much. And I would like to add, I don't want to come in between you and the lunch. So, so thank you so much, Saxena ji. Thank you so much, Kali sir, and thank you, Harsh. Just Simran, do you want to kind of give quick closing remarks? You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Very interested conversation since morning. I think Mr. Vijab sir laid out an important call of not just decarbonizing the grid, but decarbonizing the economy of the whole. Now, the journey is not linear, right? A lot of complexities, a lot of them have been highlighted today. Coming to power sector, we'll probably making big decisions today, not here, but back in your offices, planning committees, whatever, for the demand that is to be met in next 5 years, 10 years, right? And we have made mistakes in the past. Low PLFs are one of the manifestations of poor forecasting capabilities. And given how variability in demand, variability in technology landscape increasing, I think we need to do our homework better. And that's the purpose of the work that WRI, CES, and BASC is, what BASC is trying to accomplish. The idea of the study is not to give an absolute objective answer, is to start these conversations, build the momentum of critical research, critical homework. We are working with a lot of limitations. So let me acknowledge that with a pinch of salt. That include, availability of data, the granularity at which it is available. Also, much of the critical inputs that we saw today, or what we had today, we'll take them back. But it's always, the study can be much better informed. They can come in very, very consistently, right? So that's definitely one purpose, to start the dialogue and the discourse on what are the pathways, what is the least cost, what is the most sustainable, what is the most affordable. And of course, energy security for the state, for the country plays a huge role. And I think the second purpose is for you as stakeholders. I mean, you are going to be leading the sector for next 10, 15 years to start these discussions within the organization, to start pushing the envelopes, pushing the boundaries within your organization, start building your capabilities, and really start thinking of the alternatives. Even we do, at least at BAS, we do acknowledge that coal is continuing to play a role. But how important a role is the question mark, right? Can we reduce its dependability? That's I think the second objective of this workshop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the panel, Bharat and WRI team. There's a lot of work that's been done in the background. Thank you very much, all of you. Please, lunch.
You can extend the last session.
So we can, let's reconvene at 2:45 and lunch is being served. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you back at 2:45.
Ultra beats on the track. 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 Ultra beats on the track.
Welcome back. We'd like to start our third session. So we're planning to focus on viability of solar pumping in Rajasthan, and we will also be covering the M&E framework of Kusum scheme. So these will be the two main presentations. But before that, I would like to invite our distinguished panelists for session 3 to join us on the dais. Mrs. Deepti Mathur, who's Executive Engineer at Jaipur Vidyut Vitran Nigam Limited. Dr. Sunanda Sinha, she's Assistant Professor in MNIT Jaipur. And Mr. Pankaj Papnoi, he's a team leader at Center for Microfinance. I'll request Harsha Minawat to set the context for this session. She's a Senior Program Manager for the Energy Program, and where she works on the policy research and analysis for WRI's energy access and clean energy transition work focus in India. Over to you, Harsha.
Thank you so much, Sandhya. And welcome back, everyone. I hope we all had a good break during lunchtime. So I will set a little bit of a context for this particular session. And as Sandhya has mentioned, we're going to talk about focusing on solar pumps and viability of solar pumps, and a study that we've started doing. And we'd like your feedback in terms of how we should approach the next part of the study. So just to give a background, that in the morning session, of course, Mr. Ajitab Sharma gave a very good sense of the sector in general. And he pointed out the deep connection that already exists between energy and the environment and, the socioeconomic systems that exist around it. And specific within that, water and energy linkages are something that have been studied in many contexts. And studies are still ongoing. A lot of research is being done on the requirement of water for energy and the requirement of energy for getting water. So we want to explore this connection a little bit more in the context of the state of Rajasthan. And in the detail that we are trying to add, we will add one more linkage to this particular, to this study, which is the linkage of food production or the linkage of agriculture, which actually makes this a nexus. So then it becomes a food, energy, water nexus. So from two component linkage, it goes to a 3-component nexus. And that makes it even a little bit more difficult or a little bit more complicated, so to speak. So why are we doing this study specifically for Rajasthan? Because agriculture, of course, contributes, has the highest contribution to GDP, the state GDP in the state. And of course, the demand for agriculture, the demand for energy or electricity for agriculture is also an important aspect of the energy sector in the state. So these two aspects have made us think really strongly about the development of schemes such as the Kusum scheme. So solar water pumping schemes solar water pumping and schemes around it being integrated into the agriculture sector obviously has a lot of implications on the energy sector, as well as on the food sector, as well as now, as we are realizing, on the resources of specifically of the groundwater. So since solar water, if we recall Mr. Sharma's points in the morning, solar water pumps in general are technologically viable, as has been demonstrated in many states across the country. And perhaps they are economically viable in certain conditions. So the economics part of it works for certain crops, maybe for certain geographies, for certain groups of farmers, for certain discoms or something like that. But we want to explore further in terms of the financial and the commercial viability later on But before we do the financial and commercial viability, we have to understand the economic viability in detail in this particular context of Rajasthan, where we are seeing a lot of critical groundwater blocks. So if the water resource is not really available freely or easily, what does that mean for integrating solar water pumps to large groups of farmers or even small farmers for that matter? How would the economics of that particular scheme or intervention look like? So we want to point out another thing in this particular study is that it is very difficult, like Sharma sir said in the morning, it is very difficult to translate the economic costs and benefits into the monetary terms, as was mentioned in the morning. So this particular study that we will talk about in a little bit tries to do that, tries to translate these economic costs and benefits into finances in terms of paybacks, in terms of what the DISCOM gains out of it, what the farmer gains out of it, and what each of them loses. But I do want to say that this is not a complete study right now, and please take this with a grain of salt. Please provide your inputs and comments for us to be able to improve it further. Beyond the translation of economic costs into financial costs or whatever, we should also remember something that Mr. Sharma said in the morning, that the costs of inaction are very high in this particular sector, and specifically in this particular nexus of food, energy, water. So there are economic costs, and eventually the financial costs may get socialized to groups of farmers or to society in general, and even to the groups, even to the institutions that are involved as part of government. They can get directly socialized or they can get indirectly socialized. This is another level of complication in a Kusum type scheme or large scale adoption of solar water pumps. And going beyond these particular specific points, the estimation, monetization of economic costs and benefits, we also need to ensure that if a scheme like this comes up, it has to be efficient towards its objectives. And the clarity of objective of a particular scheme is very important. So while there are 3 components in Kusum, the ultimate objective of that particular schemes need to be clear in our mind, because based on that, we will be able to monitor its progress. And herein lies the important aspect of not only monitoring physical progress, as is done in a lot of government schemes, but also to assess the final impact or the final outcomes or outputs that come out of a particular scheme. So to this end, we have also developed a monitoring and evaluation framework for a scheme like Kusum scheme. And that will help, hopefully, all the stakeholders present here to be able to understand what the impact of a scheme like Kusum could have on different components within the state. So let me pause here. I hope this is a good enough background for us to start at least delving into the issues of viability of solar water pumps. So I'll invite my colleague Jyoti to present our study on the cost-benefit analysis for adoption of solar water pumps at large scale in the state, and the different perspectives that exist from farmers to DISCOMs in implementing it, and also then to assess the environmental costs and benefits of it. And after Jyoti presents this, I'll invite my colleague Anamika to present the monitoring and evaluation framework that we have developed, specifically looking at the Kusum scheme. So I hope you will give both of these presentations the due deliberation that we hope, and then we can get into detailed questions and answers to be able to further refine it for the context of the state of Rajasthan. So Jyoti, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Harsha, for setting the context of viability of solar pumps in the state of Rajasthan, considering the agriculture, water and energy nexus. So it is crucial for us to assessing the viability of solar pump in the state. It is crucial to figure out an optimal governance regime regarding economic, ecological, and sustainability of the state. So this is the outline of the presentation, which includes the overview of irrigation pump in the country, considering the PM Kusum implementation in the state, then the overview of agriculture water energy nexus in the state, then key findings from our research on cost benefit analysis at various level of stakeholders, such as farmers, discoms, state government as well. So the overview of irrigation pumps in the country. Irrigation in the country is mainly reliant on the electric and diesel pumps. So irrigation in agriculture sector account about 25% of India's total electricity use. Almost 30 million irrigation pumps are currently using in the country. Out of 21 million pump sets are based out of electric pump sets, which consume 20% of national power supply, or we can say it's 85 million tons of coal per annum. Similarly, 9 million pump sets are based out of diesel, which consume 12% of national diesel consumption, or we can say it's 4 billion liters of diesel per annum. In the country, only 0.4% is solar-based pumps, and it is the less than 1 million pump sets. Even Government of India has already set the target of solar water pumping system under the PM Kusum scheme. So under the component B, the installation of solar water pumping system target is 20 lakhs. And under the component C, the solarization of 15 lakhs grid connected agriculture pumps. So if we see the scenario of PM Kusum implementation in the country, so the MNRE has sanctioned the cumulative number of solar pumps in the country is the 3,73,000. And out of 1,23,000 and 180 pumps are installed in the country. In the component C, there are two schemes. One is the individual pump solarization and another one is the feeder level solarization. MNRE has recently issued a guideline for the feeder level solarization in addition to the existing provision of individual pump solarization. So the distribution companies are allowing the feeder level solarization connected to the agriculture consumers under the RESCO model. If we see the overview of agriculture water energy nexus in the state, so Rajasthan has predominantly agrarian economy, and 20% is the net cultivable area as comparing to the national average of 49.8%. Similarly, Rajasthan is having only 10% of total country's land area and hardly it's 1% of water resources. Even the annual crop production yields per hectare is also low as comparing to the neighboring states such as Haryana, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh. For water point of view, water level is highly depleted in the state of Rajasthan. There is no much surface water availability in the state. Most of the irrigation is done through the groundwater. So the agriculture energy point of view, agriculture sector consume about 46% of total power consumption, as Gupta sir said in the morning session. So to increase the agriculture productivity in irrigation facilities, as well as considering the environmental impacts, state government implemented the solar water pumping system in the year of 2008 and 9 with the 100% subsidy in the government farms. Then it is reduced to 86%. Currently, it is 60%, 30% from MNRE and 30% from the state government. So what are the main challenges for setting for installation of solar water pumping system in the state? So the first and foremost challenge is after incorporating 60% contribution of subsidy from central and state government, the upfront contribution of 40%, who will bear this cost? Who will invest? Like either farmers will be, or either discoms, or it may be state government. So it's all depends on willingness and ability. Similarly, the second main challenge is the groundwater level, which is highly exploited in the state. Even most of the blocks are in red zone or dark zone in the state. The third one is feeder level solarization in the state under the PM scheme component C, which is very less. So it is also one of the challenge to who will invest for this scheme. So if we see the policies for solar pump irrigation in Rajasthan, Rajasthan has been pioneered to promoting the solar water pumping system by adopting the various suitable policies in the state. So the solar pump scheme for irrigation began in Rajasthan in the year of 2010 with the combination of Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, water harvesting structure under the scheme of National Horticulture Mission. So under these schemes, farmers are provided the 86% subsidy, 30% from MNRE and 56% from Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. But nowadays it is reduced to 60%, 30% from central government and 30% from the state government. And the main eligibility criteria for the subsidy is farmers should own at least 0.5 hectare of land. Land should have a farm pond or other water storage kind of a structure. And there should be a drip irrigation system installed in the portion of the farm. So, and as per the solar energy policy 2019, the target of solar water pumping is 1 gigawatt by the 25. So the solar, if we see the solar pump implementation in the state, so the MNRE has sanctioned 75,000 cumulative 75,000 numbers of solar water pumping under the component B. Although in the state 44,340 pumps are installed currently, so there is a good amount of growth under the component B for the standalone solar water pumping system in the state. But under the component C, feeder level solarization is very less. Although state DISCOMs are currently working on it, and JVNL has identified 4 11 kV segregated feeders connected to the agriculture consumers and competitive bidding is also carried out for the pilot project implementation at the feeder level solarization. So if we see the groundwater scenario in the state, Rajasthan is having annual average rainfall is 537 mm and total 33 districts having 306 blocks. So as per the Central Groundwater Board data, out of 306, 215 blocks are overexploited. Means the water level is greater than 100%. Even we can see in the map, most of the blocks are in red zone, or these blocks are highly exploited. And 42 blocks are in critical condition, which is the 90 to 100%. And as per the groundwater draft, Government of Rajasthan report, 2020 reports, the groundwater draft is more than the sustainability limit of the water in the state. So groundwater draft is 15.71 billion cubic meter, while the sustainability limit of groundwater is 11.26 billion cubic meter. So when we are going to the solarization of existing grid connected pumps, we have to take care of this factor for the optimum groundwater using for the optimum cropping patterns. If we see the rainfall pattern in the state, annual rainfall is continuously decreasing in the state. Even we can see the figure is also depicting from 2010 onwards, rainfall is continuously decreasing in the state. If we see the year 2020 data, out of 33 districts, only 15 districts having normal rainfall, 7 districts having excess rainfall, and 10 districts having the deficit in rainfall, which is the range of -29 to -59% of the normal rainfall. And these districts are mainly Alwar, Bara, Bharatpur, Bundi, etc. So the point is how the groundwater resources are recharged in the state during the monsoon season or during the non-monsoon season, and what are the utilization for the irrigation purpose of the available groundwater, and what is the stage of development of groundwater in the state. So during the monsoon season, groundwater recharge from mainly the rainfall, which is the 8.76 billion cubic meter, and recharge from other sources. Basically, other sources such as canal, which is very less in the state. So it is the 0.62 billion cubic meter. Similarly, during the non-monsoon season, the recharge from rainfall is 0.26 billion cubic meter and recharge from other sources is 1.92 billion cubic meter. If we see the net groundwater availability in the state, which is the 10.38 billion cubic meter, and annual groundwater draft for the irrigation purpose is 11.60. So if we see the future projection for the irrigation purpose, groundwater draft is groundwater availability is -3.94. So it is showing an alarming situation for the state for the availability of groundwater for the irrigation purpose in the state. Even stage of groundwater development in the state is greater than 100%, which implies the annual groundwater recharge is less than the annual groundwater draft. So if we see the crop water nexus in the state, there are two kinds of seasons for the cropping pattern. One is the Rabi season, which is the winter season, and main principal crops in this season are wheat, mustard, barley, gram, etc. And these crops are mainly dependent on the groundwater for the irrigation purpose. And the Kharif season, which is the monsoon season, and main principal crops during this season is pearl millet, which is the bajra, maize, soybean, sorghum, groundnut, etc. And these crops are mainly dependent only the rainfall. So pearl millet, which is the bajra, which is less consuming water crop, even the high yields and less harvesting price for this pearl millet production. So this is the most favorable crops in the state for the farmers, irrespective of their land size and the irrigation facilities availability. So if we see the main sources of irrigation in the state, so mainly the main source of irrigation is the groundwater, which is the tube wells, open wells, or some kind of canals. If you see the average pumping hours for in the state is, which is the 6 hours per day, and electricity is also 6 to 7 hours per day for the agriculture load. So if we see the agriculture energy nexus in the state, energy consumption in agriculture sector is 28 terawatt hour, and it is continuously increasing from the last 5 years. If we see the growth, year-over-year growth of the energy consumption in agriculture sector, which is increased from 6.83% to 11.10% with a CAGR of 8.99%. And agriculture sector share to the electricity sector is the highest, which is the 44%. Or as Gupta sir said, it is the 46%. So if we see the mapping of stakeholders in agri-water energy nexus, so in order to assess the viability of solar pump in the state, various state level bodies related to the agriculture, water, and energy are rightly involved to the implementation of solar water pumping system in the state. This diagram is showing the relationship between agriculture, water, and energy nexus in the state. So there is a lot of study has carried out the economics of solar water pumping system in the state, but there are different context and methodologies are used. So as per the discussion with the various stakeholders, we did the analysis of solarization of existing grid connected 7.5 HP water pumps. Although states are using more than 7.5 HP pumps, but we are only focusing here under PM Kusum scheme. So we choose only the solarization of 7.5 HP pumps. So we had done the cost benefit analysis at various level of stakeholders, such as farmers, DISCOMs, state government, as well as the environmental benefits. So in our study, main inputs we considered, the life cycle of the solar system is 25 years. Pumping hours for irrigation is 6.5 hours for 200 days. It's our assumption we considered. Electricity hours is 6 to 7 hours. And we also considered the discount rate is 7% for the calculation of net present value of the system year over the years. And also we calculate the benefit to the cost ratio for the viability of solar pumping system with the discount rate of 7%. Maintenance cost is 0 for the initial 5 years. After that, we considered 3,000 rupees per panel. And we also consider the one cost of one panel, equivalent 7.5 HP equivalent panel is 4,97,220 rupees. So after incorporating 60% subsidy, the one upfront cost is required 1,98,888 rupees. So the main methodology we use, the initial cost of capital, net present value for the different cash flows for different years, then the benefit to the cost ratio for the viability of the solar pumps. And the outcome is showing the benefits to the farmers. The revenue income is increased for the farmers, DISCOMs, annual savings for the DISCOMs, savings for the state government, as well as the million-ton CO2 reduction for the considering the environmental benefits. So in our CBA approach scenario, we considered like if investment done by the DISCOMs, then case one is the benefits for the farmers. So first of all, the energy point of view, how much amount currently farmers are paying for their agriculture load. So if we see the data of year 2021, total energy consumption is required to meet the agriculture load is 26 terawatt hour. And these energy consumption charges is 5.55 rupees per kilowatt hour, and state government is providing the subsidy 4.55 rupees per kilowatt hour. Recently, state government is also providing flat rate subsidy at the rate of 12,000 rupees per connection per year. So we calculate it in rupees per kilowatt hour. So it is almost 1 rupees per kilowatt hour. So effective tariff will be 0. So currently farmers are paying for their agriculture load is 0. So now the point is, if we are going to solarization of agriculture sector, so how much DISCOMs are required to procure the same amount of to generate the same amount of energy of solar panels. So if we calculate the investment of DISCOMs, so energy consumption is required for the agriculture load is 26 terawatt hour, and total operating hours of pumping system 6.5 into 600, which is the 1300. Then total HP requirement to generate the same amount of energy, which is the number is shown here. And then we consider the system cost is 4,97,000. After incorporating the central government subsidy, we calculate the upfront cost for the DISCOMs. Then the total investment required to procure the number of solar panels required, which is the 72,000 crore for the DISCOMs. So this is the base year investment for the DISCOMs to procuring then 7.5 HP equivalent pump solar panels for to meet the agriculture load. So the point is how the farmers will get benefit. So the energy generated by the solar panel, which is the 28 terawatt hour, and energy required to meet the agriculture load, which is 26 terawatt hour. So surplus energy, which is the 2,109 million unit, which can be fed back to the grid with the rate of 3.15 rupees per kilowatt hour. So revenue for the farmers per year will be 664 crore. And if we see the revenue for the farmers per connection per year, which will be 1,832 rupees. So now the case second, the cost benefit analysis for the DISCOMs. So in this case, we considered two kind of cases. One is when the DISCOMs are procuring energy from the farmers, which is the surplus energy. So surplus energy procuring by the DISCOMs from the farmer is 2,109 million units. So after considering the distribution losses, energy required at DISCOMs periphery will be 2,482 million units. And similarly, for considering the interstate transmission and intrastate transmission, gross power procurement required, which is 2,641 million unit, which could be avoided after the solarization of solar water pumping system. So this 2,641 million units DISCOMs purchase at the rate of average power purchasing cost, which is the 4.96 rupees per kilowatt hour. So savings on energy procuring for this power is 1,310 crore per year. But DISCOM will pay to the farmers for their surplus energy for the feedback to the grid, which will be 664 crore per year. So net savings in this case to the DISCOM will be 645 crore. In the second case, when we are considering DISCOM procuring power from other power plants, so after considering distribution losses, interstate losses, and intrastate transmission losses, the gross energy required is 33,009 million units. And this energy is procuring at the rate of 4.96 rupees per kilowatt hour. So savings for DISCOM in reduction, that power will be 16,373 crore per year. But the DISCOM will get the revenue loss from the state government, which is the subsidies provided. The average billing rate including the subsidies, 5.55 rupees per kilowatt hour. So this will be the revenue loss for the DISCOMs will be 14,634 crore per year. So after considering this loss, the benefit to the DISCOMs will be 1,739 crore. So after considering both the cases, total benefits of the DISCOM will be 2,384 crore per year. So for different cash flow for the different years for the viability of solar pumps, we also calculate the net present value. Then we also calculate the cost benefit ratio, which is in our studies the greater than equals to 1, which is showing the viability of our study for the solar water pumping system. Then environmental point of view, the reduction in gross energy required is from the thermal or fossil fuel based power plants is 33,000 million units. And as per the CA data, on an average, like emission factor kilogram of CO2 per kilowatt hour is 0.79. Then we calculate the total emission, CO2 emission reduction is 26 million tons CO2. Similarly, for the state government benefits, because the state government is providing the subsidy, including the flat rate subsidy as well, to meet the agriculture load for the DISCOMs, which is the 26 terawatt hour with the rate of 5.55 rupees per kilowatt hour. So benefit to the state government for reduction in subsidy will be 14,501 crore. So if we summarize the stakeholder benefits in terms of annual monetary savings to the stakeholders, so farmers' revenue will be 664 crore per year. DISCOM saving will be 2,384 crore per year, and state government saving will be 14,502 crores per year. And environmental point of view, there will be CO2 reduction in 26 million tons of CO2. Or we can say for the farmers' point of view, farmers, the supply of energy access improved for the irrigation purpose, increase annual revenue for the farmers, their living standards, enhance crop resilience as well. And for the state government and DISCOM's point of view, reduction in electricity and fuel use, improved reliability of power system, reduction in carbon emissions, and foreign exchange savings as well. And this is a step towards the resisting the climate change as well. Even in point of monetary terms, the reduction in subsidy to the state government and reduction in energy procurement cost for the agricultural load for the DISCOM point of view. So these benefits are at various level of stakeholders in our study. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jyoti, for that presentation. And let me now invite Anamika to talk about the monitoring and evaluation framework that we would like to present for you.
Thank you. So Jyoti has given a lot of context to us. So I will just skip to what we are trying to focus in the team to look at the framework. This is still a work in progress and we are trying to build indicators, and I'll just take you through how we have tried to capture the various themes which we can do, which Jyoti has already spoken about, but I'm going to explain it a little bit more. Harsha spoke about the aims and goals of the government from the from the perspective of Kusum. The government has clearly laid out their aims and goals. So for us, it's pretty easy to sort of track these achievements, the impact, the successes. However, when we sort of look at a lot of ways in which agencies or governments have tried to track the components, they are, like Harsha mentioned, they are physical improvements or physical interventions which the government has sort of introduced. So, this is a screenshot of the MNRE dashboard for Kusum, and it gives a good idea as to how Kusum is faring in various states and also overall. However, there are some components which is missing. So when we speak about the whole water, food, energy nexus, what are the things which are missing and what are the things which we can sort of incorporate to not just look at the changes or the impact or tracking improvements, but also looking at things like developmental outcomes, larger agricultural outcomes, which might be useful for us to understand solarization through Kusum within the country. So, we can look at capturing learning through all of these dashboards, which are available either through the government or through various stakeholders. Looking at operational learnings, the various numbers, what is it that they're trying to talk about? So, barriers of implementation, issues of availing the schemes in itself by farmers, coordination between agencies, what are the larger agricultural outcomes? Jyoti has spoken about it in terms of changes in agricultural patterns, change in crop selection, various groundwater level changes, direct impact to the beneficiary. So when we are talking about farmers, what is increase in income meaning for them beyond just the number from excess solar? So the various ways the data collection can happen for various stakeholders is like data collection systems like baselining data, operational data, looking at operational management systems, which will help in coordinating these data collection during the implementation of the scheme itself through monitoring, and also scheme management, where we are trying to look at beneficiaries of the schemes, why they are either taking up or not taking up the scheme, or looking at tracking the solar pump sets and their use and their workings in itself. So what is it that we are measuring? So when we look at the approach of the water, energy, food nexus, we are looking at various themes through literature review, which have been identified. So looking at theme of energy, water, livelihood, agriculture, and environment and sustainability. So we also are proposing various calculations, the ways the data can be collected, the tools which can be used, the ways of measuring it, the time frame through which we can measure it. So we have tried to standardize how we are looking at output. So 0 to 11 months, we can look at output, short-term outcomes, about 1 to 2 years, long-term outcomes, and 3 years and beyond impact. However, this is not a box rule because Kusum would be implemented in various geographies. The state or the agencies can sort of decide how they want to define it themselves, but this is a base structure as a suggestion. So for example, for energy, if you're looking at outputs or short-term outcomes, we're looking at grid energy consumption, which is decreasing by farmers, transition to energy efficient pumps, direct on renewable energy exports. We are also looking at at the impact level, we're looking at attitudes towards RE sources themselves at the quantitative as well as the qualitative data sources. Looking at water, what are the irrigational technology changes which might happen, pressure on freshwater resources if it increases or decreases, looking at farmers' ability to introduce varied crop patterns due to the availability of electricity and water over a period of time. Looking at livelihood, so definitely looking at average monthly income, but also looking at average monthly income from crop production in the later stages, looking at alternative livelihoods and the pressure on farmers to look at alternative livelihoods if that is decreasing, if farm level debts are easing out over a period of time as an impact. From the environment and sustainability perspective, Jyoti also covered it in terms of decrease of GHG emissions in irrigation, decrease in reliance on diesel generator sets over a period of time from the output to overall the impact. So what can we do? So what are the other aspects we can build beyond a framework? Because it's not just a framework, but also an M&E plan, which would have to be rolled out across different agencies, across different geographies. So one is obviously building the tools according to the outcome. So not just surveys, but what are the various kind of data collection methods which can be done? About decision of building tools and maintaining the MIS across agencies, and also testing out these tools so that they are contextualized to the geography we are sort of talking about. So it can be Tamil Nadu, it can be Rajasthan, it can be other states who are looking at KUSUM at this point of time. We are looking at establishing the baseline. So not just the baseline study, but also learning from the various MIS systems, which are either available or the agencies are trying to set up in each state, or what MNRE is trying to set up. Reporting progress from the perspective of baseline, from the perspective of MIS data sets, and various data collection tools where we are not just, the challenges is not just from the baseline to the impact, but also the whole cycle of the KUSUM implementation scheme across, in a current geography, but also across states. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anamika. And I hope both these presentations were quite useful to you. Now, let's turn to the panel that we have here and hopefully hear from them in terms of their perspectives. So we've heard from Anamika, who talked about taking a little bit of a holistic view of a particular scheme's implementation with the aim of learning from the scheme implementation itself and trying to course correct whenever required. And Jyoti talked a little bit about the kind of analysis we've tried to do on what sort of costs or benefits we can expect from a large-scale implementation exercise such as KUSUM. So coming to you, Deepti ma'am, thank you very much for being here. We'd like to hear your reflections on the points that have been made in these two presentations. So, on paper and on Excel sheets, KUSUM looks very nice. KUSUM seems to be a very, attractive option, but we would like to understand from the DISCOM's perspective and also from the state government's perspective, what are we missing in terms of this analysis? How do we make it a little bit more realistic in terms of what challenges you face in the adoption of the scheme or even rollout of the scheme? And how do we actually go forward in making, doing large scale implementation of it? So some reflections from your side.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. You're very right on the data sheets and all the papers. This scheme looks very, very attractive. And of course, I think it was attractive and it still is attractive, but somehow the DISCOMs did not have a very nice experience in this KUSUM C pump level solarization. The B part is being done very well by them. Of course, it's been taken over by the horticulture department, but that is doing very well. And as your data also shows, around targets have been met, around 44,000 pumps sets have been installed, and they are almost sure that by the end of January, they'll be installing about 50, they're completing the target of around 70,000 pumps. And then it has been declared in the budget announcement also. So that is being done very vigorously. And in there, you can see that in spite of the 40% payment that the farmers had to give, they are very willing to give that amount, because I think the diesel money that which has been drawn, the diesel has been churning, that is a huge amount in comparison to their 40% amount what they are going to pay. But somehow we very enthusiastically started with this Kusum C scheme, and our then MD sir is here as a principal advisor to the energy. So the project was very enthusiastic, and it looked very good to all of us. And of course, we did all these exercises like cost benefit analysis, and everything was done. And so we were very sure that we'll be able to reap all the benefits. But there was a constraint of this 40% payment to be done by the farmers. So we had decided that 10% upfront payment we'll take from the farmers, and the rest 30% amount the DISCOM will bear, taking a loan and then recovering it from their bills from the farmers, instead of giving them that 3.414 rupees payback. And that was supposed that the cost benefit analysis showed that in 5 to 6, maximum 7 to 8 years, we'll be getting that payment back. But somehow or the other, the farmers were very reluctant to give the 10% upfront payment as well. And then this COVID we had because I think there were many factors. COVID stuck, and then the last year there were heavy rainfalls in some areas, so the farmers could not give those the 10%. And it was a sad state. Out of 45,000 in Jaipur DISCOM, only around 880 farmers gave us a 10% payment. So seeing to all this, it was a decision that we would not be going forward with this Kusum C scheme. And so this last June, it was decided that we would not go ahead, and we had cancelled the orders. So I don't know, maybe this would have been a word of mouth. We had already done a pilot of 24 pumps, and that was quite successful. The farmers were quite happy, as the main thing was they were getting the daytime power, and that was a very this crucial issue here. And somehow, but I think we did not wait for the lessons we learned from the pilot or something or the other. Of course, we are exploring the reasons where we went wrong. And but whenever we have a meeting with MNRE, I think no state is going forward with Kusum C pump level solarization. So, and therefore, I think the MNRE had to come up with the scheme of this feeder level solarization. So that seems to be a very good option. And we, as always, Rajasthan has done has ordered the first pilot. So we've given this LOA, and but somehow or the other, because due to some changes in the law, custom duty and all that, so the firm has now filed a petition for the rate revision to RERC. So the hearing is going on, and let the final decision come. But whatever it is, I think they'll go ahead with this feeder level solarization. The only thing that comes to our mind in this is the land procurement, because that is a major issue. So now very vigorously DISCOMs are going ahead with a new idea how to give a handshake between these landowners and the developers. So right, we are coming up with something so that will ease out, and this from the farmers who have these barren lands near to the feeders and the substations, they can let these vendors know that their land is available, and a common platform will be there when they can handshake and come to know about. So this is the brief, and we are hopeful that at least the Kusum C feeder level solarization will go well. and it will be a benefit to the DISCOM, the state government, and of course the farmers. Everybody will benefit out of it. This is in short.
Thank you so much, Deepti ma'am. This was useful, and it's great for us to understand the experience that you've had so far, and perhaps the learnings that once you are also able to collate from the what has been done so far will be useful for other states also, perhaps, who are also now trying to adopt Kusum more deeply. Let me come to Pankaj, if possible, sir. So we've heard from Deepti ma'am on the DISCOM's perspective. So let's hear from you from the farmers' perspective. How did farmers look at this particular scheme and the challenges from their side, or how did they feel it was faring?
So we have worked in Siroi and Pali district of Rajasthan with around 70 to 80 irrigation schemes we completed, and solar based irrigation schemes, and it was an end-to-end scheme. So solar system plus distribution system, piping, renovation of wells, and all these were covered. So initially it was a donor supported program. So the farmer has to pay 40% of the contribution. So 40% of the whole scheme, irrigation scheme, and not just of the solar system. The Kusum scheme is subsidizing the solar part. So the 40% of that cost need to be there. So the contribution from the farmer's perspective is not an issue, but ma'am also mentioned that it's they cannot pay it in one single go. So the installments, what we did was to get the payment in installments, and these farmers were organized into a water user groups. So rather than going to the individual farmer, these user groups were formed, and the user groups were mobilized, and the rules and regulations for these user groups were made, and the contribution collection also happened in that user group. And from the farmer's perspective, the benefit of the then we also try to integrate the Kusum scheme also into the sector, because the sustainability will be achieved only if we try to integrate with the existing systems. So the benefit from the farmer's perspective is obviously the recurring cost, which is not incurred in the solar irrigation system, and that dependency on that 5 to 6 hours of supply, which is for 3-phase connection, 5 to 6 hours of supply is there only. So with the solar system, they have a supply for a greater number of hours, though the effective supply is for 6 hours only, but even from 9 a.m. to till 4 p.m. they are able to they operate the pump with some fluctuations. So that benefit they have the farmers have realized that benefit, that in terms of recurring cost they do not need to pay that. However, in the annual maintenance cost and this and the vendors which have been empaneled into the that Kusum scheme. So the AMC, if covered only for 1 year, then it is a problem, because after 1 year the problem the problem issues started occurring in the scheme, and the farmers are not able to like for minor repair and maintenance they are able to do, but for the for any major faults, suppose there is a we have cases that there was a complete burnout of the control panel. So the vendor then will say that it is because of the fault, some fault from the farmer's end only. So he's not able to avail AMC free of cost. And in some cases, the vendors are not responsive to the query of the farmer. And so that is also an issue. So what is required is that those the vendors which are empaneled into their quality, their assessment also need to be done from the farmer's perspective. The future empanelment should depend on the vendor's past performance, not only based on the rates which is providing, but the quality of AMC which the vendor is providing. And what we have experienced is that having a local team is a very big advantage. So the vendors which have a local team, like based at the district level where the farmers are, so is able to provide good AMC. And if he is operating remotely, then it's an issue. Another thing which we also which we tried to include in the implementation was that we have this insurance for theft and insurance for natural calamity damage. So these insurances are for 1 year, and there was a case of theft, which was it was not for the irrigation scheme. We also implemented the solar for irrigation and solar for drinking water. So it was for the drinking water scheme. There was a theft reported in March, and till now the claim has not been done. All the documents have been provided to the insurance, the company, but the claim is not settled yet. And the regulations, we can go to the insurance regulatory authority also. That we will do if we are not able to get the claim. So the logic which the agency said is that the system need, as per the policy, the system need to be covered. So it's a solar system, it cannot be covered. And there should be a 24-hour this guard security facility. So these and they themselves are accepting that they are for the first time doing this insurance for the solar part. So from the farmer's perspective, these all also need to be looked at. These kind of issues, the after sales, how these farmers are, what's their satisfaction level of the service. The quality of material which is used during installation, the vendors have been in panel based on they need to follow the MNRE 2019 guideline. But if there is any violation on that guideline, that also need to be checked. For example, in the MNRE guideline, there is a point that the installation has to be done. The pole need to be, it should be a bolt system to fix the that is mounting structure. And if it's not a bolt system and the mounting structure is directly digged into the ground, so that is an issue if MNRE guideline is not followed by any of the vendor. So how we are tracking those, the quality of installation and quality of annual maintenance and the insurance part. So from the farmer's perspective, I feel these are quite important. The one thing I also want to share is the which during the MNE presentation, she presented that groundwater situation. So actually having a solar means that farmer tend to increase the command area beyond the design. So it has two kind of implication. One, the groundwater overconsumption is there and groundwater exploitation is there, and already we are into overexploited category overall. And second is that there are chances of failure from the farmer's end to have a fourth or fifth irrigation for the entire crop. So he has made the investment for the entire command area. The system was designed for a less command area, but the command because the power is free, so he has increased the command area, and there are chances that he might not be able to give the proper irrigation, like fourth or fifth irrigation, then it will be an issue. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Pankaj. These are very important points. And I see from the points you made that there are lots of small costs that are being socialized and are actually falling into the farmer's farmers cost category, which need to be taken care of, and perhaps making groups and doing it in a group level might be making it a little easier, but for individual farmers, it might become quite challenging. And another point that I acknowledge that you mentioned at the end was that if withdrawal of water because of large command area from a particular pump is larger, then the aquifer is not really getting replenished at the same rate. And that may lead to a lot more failure in terms of being able to water all the crops that the farmer would like to. Yeah. Great, thanks. These are very important aspects, and I hope we can actually explore them a little bit more in detail. But let me come to Dr. Sunanda here. And so, Dr. Sunanda, you've been working on another aspect, or at least, a new model, so to speak, of doing agriculture and photovoltaics combined. So maybe perhaps you can talk a little bit about that, maybe touching upon some of the challenges that Deepti ma'am mentioned, as well as Pankaj mentioned, if the new model, sort of addresses these in any way.
Yes, thank you. So basically, I am totally academic person. So we are not in a real field, but these kind of real field problems arises. But we are basically I am researching on based upon the component A of the Kusum zone. Okay, so where we can install, and these are the installation schemes like 2 megawatt and small scales, and it's 10 gigawatt maximum. Okay, so my research area is basically agro-photovoltaic, where I can coordinate with the agriculture, means the crop patterns, the energy, as well as the water. Okay, so these three is sustainable energy, food combinations, these three patterns in one scale. So what type of installations may be there, that and which can impact the economic benefits, which can impact the economic calculations. And the first thing, like the main thing, which is very much assumption basis, is like 25 years of age of a solar panel. So this is very basic assumption and very negative assumption. It should not be done when you are going for any kind of economic calculation. It's not there. So because we have few degradation rates of the solar panel, and it is already reported in our academic books that it is 0.8% per year. So whenever you are going for any kind of economic calculation, you need to take care of these degradation rates, which we are totally avoiding. So why we are just creating that much of a payback period, of a very early payback period, and we are calculating simple payback period. Okay, and in those simple payback period, we are taking care of a constant generation throughout the 25 years of lifetime, but it's not. So every 5 years almost, there is a slope of degradation rate which we need to take care of for the economic consideration, which is very big mistake in the entire solar industry. So this should be taken care of, the first thing. Okay, so this is one. And then if I go for the degradation rates, in Rajasthan, our degradation rate will be different. In Himachal Pradesh, our degradation rate will be different. And again, it will be different for the coastal zones. Okay, because in Rajasthan, we have more solar radiations, more temperature, and it will degrade the power. It will not increase the power. So for Rajasthan, our degradation rate will be low. Our economics will be different, as well as the economics will be different for Himachal, Haryana, Tamil Nadu, UP. Okay, so everyone where your degradation rate, your temperature zone, your solar radiation, based upon your solar radiation, your economics will be different. So we can't go for a flat economics for throughout India. So this is the second big mistake whenever we are going for any kind of calculation or any kind of schemes and its economic benefit analysis, and we are finding out that. So this is the second mistake. And next, if I am working on these solar agro photovoltaic zone, so this is basically how we can contribute, because when we are going for any solar power plant installation, it needs a huge land. So it's not possible that we are getting the land acquisition is very much tough, as well as in our country, as our population increases, our food demand increases, but our arable land decreases. Okay, so every year your arable land is almost 10% decreases due to much urbanization, due to much housing demands. Okay, so everyone have nowadays 3 or 4 houses in urban areas as well as rural areas, and we are just creating our urban areas more and more, and arable lands are decreasing. So why we need a dual mode of food and energy corporations. Like food and housing is not possible, energy and housing is possible with the rooftop and the building domain. So how food and energy, these combination can be defined in the agro PV zone. So we are basically installing these monofacial panels. So whatever we are just looking at, like the back side is covered with the back sheet, white sheet. So these are the monofacial panels. Nowadays a bifacial panel is there, and you can install it. So it can generate from both sides, from back side as well as the front side too. So the economic perspective, the generation will be different for bifacial panel. So when you are installing bifacial panel in the field, but I don't know about the theft and all. So when you are going through these bifacial panel in the field, its economic will be different. Okay, and it's well established in different areas, like in Netherlands, in Belgium. Different cost aspects are there, but it is used in this agro land. So you can install it vertically. If I am talking about bifacial panel, so you can install it vertically. It will not it will be not installed in tilted domain. So you can have a fencing in entire your arable land. So it can generate your solar. It can be used. You can use it in solar pumping station, and as well as you can fencing. You can have a fencing for these vertical installations also. It can use as wind barriers too sometimes for your crops. So it depends. Okay. And when you are going for these monofacial panels, there are different kind of installation. In fact, you can use these bifacial panel for tilted application as well as the same applications too. When you are going for these monofacial applications, you can patternize your crop. Like obviously, if your crop is like crop height matters. Like if you are having 3 or 4 types of installation pattern in entire area. So it may be some array based, like whatever plant based things, plant based installation, and there may be a gap between these 2 row for your cropping, for your entire cleaning and all. So based upon crops, or there needs to take care of this optimization of land as well as crop, type of crop, what much of solar radiation the crop needs. Is it a sun loving crop, or is it a shade loving crop? So you need to optimize all those things although. And sometimes one kind of solar greenhouse arrangements, like it can have 20 meter of height, almost as 15 meter of height, and you can create entire solar greenhouse kind of arrangements, and you are going for a cropping, and it may be used for the solar pumping stations too. Okay, so these are few arrangements where we can use this agrophotovoltaic domain into the KUSUM component A, and these kind of instructions may be there. So it is well reported in literature, in academic domain. We are working on that. And the main thing, there are 2 more things, like when we are using these agrophotovoltaic domain, these agrophotovoltaic things, like the soil moisture, the top layer is not entirely with the solar radiation, is under solar radiation. It's shady, little shady. So soil moisture will be retained. Retention of soil moisture will be there. So it will consume less water, then so your water requirement will be less. Okay, so this is one positive point for farmers. And the second thing is when you are opting for the tilted option, so you can have your, like when you are cutting down the pipe, so there is parabolic dish type, so you can put the parabolic dish type of hollow pipe, cutting pipe in the beneath of the photovoltaic panel, and it can collect the rainwater, entire rainwater. Okay, so you can have your photovoltaic panel, you can use this as the rainwater harvesting, and entirely it can use in a storage tank in the ground level only. Okay, so you can store your rainwater, but when you have the groundwater level of extraction is impossible, or little bit possible, or it is already in the red zone, so you can create its 537 mm rainfall is not less. 537 mm rainfall is little bit good already, and Jaipur is now, I think we can have more data, like from 2019 onwards. I am here in Jaipur, and it's rainy, it's good rainy from 2019 to 2022. So we can collect these 537 mm of water, so with the ground, and we can use it for groundwater recharging, as well as we can store it in a tank. So these kind of soil moisture retention, cropping pattern, and these groundwater recharging as well as rainwater storing for next generation of crop or for next time of cropping, so that we can have less stress on the groundwater reserve. So these much of thing can be added into the component A of Kusum. And those major two mistakes for economic considerations when we are calculating, so these are very much necessary.
Right, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunanda. So that model that you've described is actually quite interesting, and maybe perhaps when you do your pilot installations, Pankaj and both Deepti man can provide you with inputs on how to improve it further. But I want to now raise a question which is common to all three of you, which is now, considering that we do see Kusum in either component moving forward, with if our primary aim is to provide solar powered pumping to farmers for irrigation, how do we ensure that the groundwater issues of the state are actually taken care of, and that we don't run into a situation of stranded assets, that the pump is installed but the pump cannot function because our groundwater aquifer has reduced way beyond its the capacity of the pump itself? So some perspectives perhaps from the DISCOM side, as well as from farmer side and academia if possible. How do we approach this question or this conundrum or this challenge of reducing groundwater pumping and reducing this groundwater depletion aspect? It's just some thoughts from your end, maybe.
I think that's a natural tendency that if you know that something is there in surplus or so, then and somewhat of course not free but taken for free, you are used to taking more of it. So I think that definitely shall be, because the scheme hasn't taken off, so I'm not much this with the data, but surely I think the farmers would definitely go off with doing more water depletion. And I think that may be somewhat harmful to the crop also, but somewhere I have this thing that they are very sure that what cropping pattern needs what amount of water. So maybe I think they will not use that much amount of water, like not in this, but in feeder level solarization. MNRE had come up with this scheme that if they use less amount of energy, they'll be incentivized. So that was an option. But right now I think because of some issues we are not going in for it, but I think that would have been a very added advantage, that if farmer knows that he'll get incentive if he uses less amount of electricity, so then I'm very sure that he will not use water thoughtlessly.
Thanks so much. That's a interesting topic for us, efficiency incentive for farmers in pumping. Pankaj.
From the farmer's perspective, one thing is that the crop water requirement, which I mentioned, that knowledge to farmer, like farmer may be having that knowledge that wheat require 5 irrigation, but the tendency is to give 8 to 9 or 10 irrigation. Or because water is a common resource, like the aquifer is common to all, and farmers try to they make sure that they get the water first and most volume of water, because it's a so what happens is that they over irrigate the land. So that level of sensitivity comes from a proper awareness and training to the farmers. And one thing is that because solar, if the power is free, then the tendency to over irrigate is also there. So what we are now doing is also that to have a mandatory, like we form a water user groups, which I already mentioned, that we are now having a mandatory condition. If you are going for solar lift irrigation scheme, then mandatorily 400 square meter of land should go to micro irrigation. So if micro irrigation is pushed, then this around 40 to 50% of water saving will be done, and they will also be they will move from like say wheat to vegetables for, at least for a smaller piece of land, and gradually if that is increased to a higher level, like more area come under the micro irrigation. So that, and one thing which we are doing now is also to shift the strategy towards water security planning. So in the water security planning, but it is not limited to those farmers. So maybe it will be beyond the ambit of Kusum scheme, or it cannot be provisioned into their guideline. But as a holistic approach in the village level, if the water security planning exercise is done, it's a very comprehensive 3 to 4 days of planning exercise. So water budget is prepared, and after that, based on the budget, the water balance is village water balance is it in deficit, surplus, or neutral zone, that is shown to the villagers, and it's a co-creation exercise. Like they themselves are providing all the information for the water budget, crop water requirement, livestock requirement, domestic requirement, rainfall volume is calculated, and after that water balance is they know the water balance, and a common group sensitivity is there, and then water security plan. In that water security plan, to have water security structure, recharge and harvesting structures in place, and these adoption of micro irrigation facilities, and to mobilize them, and what we are doing to mobilize these villagers to have participation in the Gram Sabha and include those plans into their Gram Panchayat development plan, so that and pass them in the Gram Sabha resolution, so that whatever the schemes in whichever government scheme is there, first these works are undertaken. So that we are doing.
No, great. That's very important. Thank you, Pankaj, for pointing that out. Water user groups, as well as asking them to mandatorily use micro irrigation, might be a very important aspect. And the village level water security analysis you've mentioned is important, but the question then is, who does this? And who takes the charge of actually doing it and ensuring that this water security plan is taken care of and planned in the way that it should be. So it's even like Sir was mentioning in the first half, the Tanka of implementation in most of the villages traditionally that has been happening. How do we involve that planning and development into this particular aspect of water, energy, food nexus? So that's, yeah. Micro irrigation. That's right. Sure. Yeah. Yes. Horticulture definitely requires that one. Sunanda ma'am.
I second Dipti ma'am to like what she said, that it should be like the farmer should know that what is the irrigation limit, of what is the water use limit, and there may be some kind of incentives, like if he or she uses this level low level of water for their cropping and all. So it may be some incentivized, but the ground level reality is totally different. That's the main thing. That's the main issue.
Sure. Great. Thanks so much, Dr. Sunanda. Yes.
I want to add that decentralized generation, which Ajitab sir mentioned, or if because we are working only with those farmers that standalone irrigation is not feeder linked. If those are linked to feeder system, and they have a consistent supply, maybe that exploitation might reduce. Yes, so that can be one of the thing. But because for the first time I am hearing this DISCOM perspective that quality of power is not there. So that I was not knowing that that power quality is that it's not, because it's fluctuating, so that they have to make several arrangement for that. So that I was not knowing.
So maybe some common ground between the power provided by farmers and the quality of power that the DISCOM can actually take from them. Thank you so much for all your perspectives. Let me turn to the audience in case there are any thoughts or questions to panelists as well as speakers. Yes, please. Yes, there's a mic there. Yes, sir.
Basically, the Kusum scheme has not been taken in its true sense all over the India, all over the nation, and specifically in Rajasthan, because I have been working right from its when it was cultivated. Kusum A, farmer does not get any benefit out of it except that he will be paid FIT. So he has to invest the entire cost, for which he may get some loan, for which he will have to go to the FIs and pledge some land or something else, which he does not have. But if you go by the science, the Kusum A was only for those farmers who have the barren land. They cannot get any crop out of it. So the land was useless for them, and it was the scheme was meant that they will either they will let out their land to some developer, or they will install their own power plants and get the cost of the electricity generated by them at the rate FIT declared by the state regulator. So that was not happening, and the as Dr. Sunanda has said, that they will be deprived of the crop. So there is no reason for depriving the crop because the crop is not there. The Kusum A is meant for those farmers only where the crop is not there. And Kusum B is meant for the cultivators who have got their connected load or the pump rating less than 5 HP only. In Rajasthan, water table is so low that they cannot afford to have the water out of it if they install 3 HP or 5 HP. Now they have increased the rating, and it has become now 7.5 HP. Now I come to Kusum C. Again, Kusum B was only for those farmers where the grid was not available. So they were bound to use it. Either they will go for the diesel pump set, or open well, or the solar pumps. And now we come to Kusum C. Kusum C pump solarization. So that is the grid connected supply was already there, and it was mandated that if they get the power plant installed, but to what capacity? Double of the capacity of their pump rating, connected load, limited to 7.5 HP only. And now in the state of Rajasthan, more than 50% connections are having the pump rating more than 10 HP. So how they will be benefited? The Kusum A, B, C, 3 components were meant for providing extra income to the farmer. How would they get? If I have got a connection of 7.5 HP, I will be getting the solar power plant installed of the capacity of 11 kilowatt or something like that. So I will be consuming the electricity to my need, and almost same amount of the electricity I will be feeding to the grid, and I will be getting FIT over it. And then from that I will be paying to my 30% of the amount which I had taken as loan from the FIs. So that was the economy and that was the viability. In the state of Rajasthan and Punjab and Andhra, there is free electricity to the farmer while they will own the power plant. Even if I install the power plant free of cost to them, they will not own. If the power plant was owned by him, and if he was supplying electricity to the grid and getting money out of it, he would certainly optimize the use of electricity, optimize the use of water also, so that he can get maximum cost of the energy generated. So these three things are not happening because of these facts. In Rajasthan, almost for 10 HP connections, if I have got 10 HP connection, I have to pay nothing. From where this money is coming? It is coming in the form of subsidy from the government. So government should have taken care of it. They should have taken the loan. They should have shared the cost of installation, and the money back. That means payback would be in the shape of the subsidies which they have shared. So that is not happening. So the Kusum A, B, C in Rajasthan are failing because of this reason.
Thank you so much for that perspective, sir.
As far as another query was there, in the early 2009 and 10, the solar power plants were commercially installed in Jaisalmer and Barmer, and their efficiency is still 85 to 90%. So that much deterioration has not been there as you were talking about.
Right. So we can study a little bit more on the on the depreciation aspect of it. Thank you so much, sir, for that comment. It's interesting for us to also to understand why the scheme is not picking up, and the reasons that you've mentioned in terms of the size of the pumps as well as the kind of payback that can be expected from it is important. And we'll incorporate these assumptions in our cost benefit and maybe do a second round of the exercise, perhaps with some different sensitivities to understand how to move forward. May I invite any other comments or questions from the audience? We have a question there.
Hi, I'm Abha from SIF. So I just had a few comments and thanks for sharing the studies and the reflections on it. One was, while you have mapped different, say, water resources, different aspects you've mapped in your study. It would be interesting to see, I mean, of course, with the map that you shared of water blocks, where should the solar pumps be? A. B, given that more than 60-70% of farmers are either small or marginal farmers, therefore, with respect to the pump side, it'll be because we haven't come across as many studies with respect to micro irrigation. So I think that is another aspect which should be interesting to see if you could do some more analysis with considering the micro irrigation, given that most of the farmers are small and marginal. Third, it would also be beneficial to sort of understand that when we are looking at, like you mentioned, there are different eligibility criteria with respect to drip irrigation. How many, I mean, Kusumski, first of all, how many farmers would it benefit? So that can also be perhaps one of the indicators that can be tracked later on, at least to the component C. For A and B, it's very self-explanatory. And also, how many farmers do have access? I mean, how many farmers would actually be eligible given the criteria? So I think some of these aspects would be good to learn. And one thing that we have seen across these different kind of studies, while we have cost benefit analysis, some of the reflections from actual farmers who may have taken this up, may have installed it under the scheme, or may not, or would have tried and not got it. So I think some of those on ground realities can also support these benefits, or can support your study. So I think those were just some of the comments and reflections based on what you've shared.
Great, thanks, Abha. I'll ask Jyoti to respond to a couple of them. But so when you say micro irrigation, do you mean small size pumps?
Yeah.
So small size pumps are not really valid for Rajasthan because the groundwater levels are really low, and there are not many open wells available or other surface water access, surface water to
So-
be pumped.
Yeah, because this was also in reference to, so I mean, sir had also mentioned point initially with respect to decades and, sort of some of the other systems which are already there, and therefore can those be applicable in any of those situations as well or not?
Sure. Command areas. True, indeed. So,
And it should be with the drip irrigation also. So that will suffice.
yes, that's something that we can study more in terms of smaller sized pumps, combining that with drip irrigation, maybe having another scenario on it. And we've also worked with CMF in terms of trying to understand the drinking water pumps, which have a smaller size as well as a larger head though. So that experience is also something that we can incorporate into the model and work on that. Do you want to respond to the other points?
Yeah, on Deepti Mam's point, as she said, like under the component B, farmers are readily paying the 40% upfront contribution for the solar pump installation. And even we can see the growth of standalone solar water pumping system in the state as per the MNRE sanction, the number of 75,000 and currently installed is 44,000. But for under the Kusum scheme C, neither the pump level solarization or the feeder level solarization. So even after contribution of DISCOM, as ma'am said, 30% contribution, even farmers are not readily to pay 10% contribution. So ma'am, how will make these policies viable in the state? Is there any requirement of capacity awareness for the farmers?
Yes, she is exactly right. And I had requested when I was MD here, I had requested the Union Minister that the limit of 7.5 HP should be raised to at least 25 HP, because the farmer having the connected load of their pump 25 HP will not be benefited at all. So the scheme was prepared on a general basis, It is only the state of Rajasthan where the agriculture pump sets are rating for more than 7.5 HP or 10 HP. UP, MP, even in Maharashtra, barring some specific area, the pumps rating are less than 10 HP. So that way the scheme was viable. Otherwise, now the state governments are, as you know, you can call that freebies and all that. The agriculture consumers are being benefited by the way of subsidies to the extent of 100%. Why they will own the pumps? So that is the thing. But as Deepti has said, that if they are incentivized by way of getting the money back from the electricity generated and sending it to the grid, they will consume less electricity, they will consume less water, and that is the crux of the scheme. And that is already mentioned in the scheme, Kusum C. It is already there.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that addition. Ma'am, do you want to add something?
I think she was asking for some awareness campaign.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that was something that was missing because and now MNRE is being very keen on doing it, and it has hired some all the PSUs to do that statewise, and they are working on the campaign, this and posters and hoardings and everything. But for us, unfortunately, it has been already delayed. So, but I think maybe other states will benefit from it. This, of course, this was because the same scheme has taken off very well in Gujarat, because the word of mouth, I think this would have been there definitely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Something to maybe we can.
I may add to Deepti.
Yes.
In Gujarat, this 30% amount which the farmer has to take as loan has been incurred by the state. You know that. And this should have been done in Rajasthan also, because we are otherwise paying the subsidy. But the basic problem is that the finance department has already booked their borrowing limits. So we cannot take the loan from any side. So that is the problem. So we have to take the loan for the farmer in the name of the farmer.
So different sorts of pressures from different angles and,
Exactly.
yeah.
If the Rajasthan state, even they are principally agreed to take the loan for the farmers, but not in the name of the state government because the borrowing limit is already over. So
Correct.
that is the problem.
Correct. So yes, lots of financial considerations as well to take into that account. Yes, we have one more comment. Someone please pass a mic.
Hi, my name is Gautam. I'm from MNIT. So we all heard about the agrovoltaic system concept that Sunanda ma'am talked about. I would like to hear about that from the DISCOM perspective as well as from the perspective of the farmers. What should we learn from the failures of Kusum when we move towards implementing these projects in Rajasthan or in other parts of the country? Because systems like agrovoltaic system are popping up in different European countries. So if you could shed some light on that, the issues that we might face in the future.
I think time and again we have raised the issue of this free power and the finance. So I think it's time the state government should think something about it. So if they could, as sir also has said, that if they would have taken over this finance, I think the scheme would have definitely gone. And that because free power is available almost to 6 lakh out of these 15 lakh agriculture consumers in Rajasthan. So they would never opt for again giving that 10%, even 10% amount amounts to really 45,000. That is quite a big amount from a farmer's pocket. So this should have been a learning lesson, I think.
So you're suggesting significant policy changes so that we can actually make it
this something should
successful.
happen at the.
Thank you, ma'am. The farmer's perspective, sir, anything
What
that
should we learn from the failure?
no, not just the technology aspect of it. I'm asking like what from the farmer's perspective, how should we learn from the failures of Kusum?
What kind of policy
See-
changes like this for me? Like what kind of policy changes you suggested? Like I think he just want to ask like what kind of policy changes you people suggested, like who are working in the ground field. So what kind of policies, what are the points that should be changed in this Kusum scheme? What should be there so that it can be a great success? What should be those points? Any kind of policy, any country, maybe finance it can.
Yes. Yes. Correct.
Farmers pump is lifted.
Yes.
Because in Bikaner, the solar, pumps are installed of the rating of 60 HP and above. So even now they are going to pay lakh of rupees per year, in spite of so much subsidy to them. And if they are allowed to install the solar pumps at their own form under Kusum C, they will be benefited and they will come forward.
But they cannot do it now because of the size of the pump and.
So
yes.
that limit has to be lifted by the MNRE.
Yes. So that's the design change then
So,
that's suggested.
so that is the formation of the scheme has to be changed.
Right. So the share of the amount of money that the state government can actually put into it, plus the
Yes, Asha,
limit-
that is the thing. The MNRE, that is the MOP of the government of India, does not want to give much subsidy in the form of 30% share of the power plant.
Yes. Yes.
That will increase if the 7.5 is raised to 60 HP.
True. But also something that ma'am mentioned right now, which is each state should then be allowed to change the limitations or at least the contours of the
But
scheme to be able
it is the government of India
It's a
money,
government of India scheme.
so their mandate is compulsory.
So perhaps decentralized schemes might be something that we can explore. Great. Thank you so much for your comments, and thank you so much for the participation in this panel. We have taken a lot of notes, and we'll go back to our Excel sheets. We'll make some of these changes that you've suggested, and perhaps come back to you with another set of assessments and analyses, which might hopefully be more relevant to the state in the second round. So let me close this panel here. Thank you again for your comments and your participation, and thank you all to the participants here to be to be with us for the whole day and to provide your very important inputs and sharing your perspectives for this particular study that we are doing on sustainable energy transformations for the state of Rajasthan. We intend to continue this particular piece, these different pieces of research on storage, on policy, on agriculture, going perhaps a little beyond energy, so to speak, because after all, sustainable energy transformation will not happen only with energy. It will involve a lot of other sectors as well for us to take together and to explore further. So with that, I thank everyone for joining us today. Thank you very much to the panelists, to the presenters, and thank you very much to our team who has been here working in organizing this, as well as the BASC team who has been supporting us throughout. So thank you, everyone, and I hope you have a very good evening. Thank you.
And cookies are outside, so please